Good morning, guys. We have some 8:30 data coming out here in a few moments. We have the U.S. unemployment report. So unemployment rate is set to be released along with hourly wages. So that can influence the market. We're going to see here how SPY reacts. I'm watching yields. They are green, 10 years up 0.43, 2-year yields up 0.69. The Dixie could also be a potential mover. Alright, so the Dixie is starting to climb just a touch here. SPY's ripping. Interesting to see SPY's ripping. Dixie's also ripping. Big bounce in SPY there. Wonderful. Alright, so a pretty big bounce in the markets to the upside here. Really big bounce to the markets on the back of the unemployment rate, hourly wage numbers. Good morning, JP. Good morning, Bart. So you're seeing SPY with an initial spike high. Very, very big spike high. The Dixie's also spiking here. So we are seeing a few asset classes reacting simultaneously. SPY's still ripping here, trading at 597. That's looking good. Nice push, momentum push there. This is why, as you're starting to see market sell-offs, we still accumulate long positions. So beautiful, beautiful spike to the upside there in the markets. Let's just see. Obviously, there's a lot of time before they open, so we'll have to see if it actually holds this spike up. Chances are it should. But recent sessions, we have been seeing quite a bit of profit taking in the pre-market. Now the Dixie is reversing. That's a healthy sign for the market. It's a very healthy sign. So a nice reversal in the Dixie. You're still seeing the 2-year yield and 10-year yield spike here. A massive surge on SPY trading at 597. Wow, look at that. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So non-farm payrolls, consensus was 126,000. It came in at 139K. Participation rate for May was 62.4, previous 62.6. Unemployment, U6 unemployment rate, 7.8%. So ultimately a nice reversal in the US dollar, which is kind of surprising due to the fact that yields are firming up here and strong. So non-farm payrolls measures the change in the number of people employed during the previous month. So the market's obviously liking that number, showing that there is some growth in the US labor market. Labor market remains firm. So the markets seem to be holding for the majority of those gains. Nice 1-minute spike, 1-minute bull flag on SPY. We are still continuing here. So that's some interesting data. That sets us up for a potential little trend day for the upside if we can hold on to that. Now I have some key resistance that we're actually tapping right now on SPY. The key resistance that I have right here is 597.50. You have a parallel channel that we were chopping in yesterday. We've hit multi-pivot highs on this channel, multi-pivot lows. This was where we broke down yesterday from the channel. Now we're simply back testing it, retracing. So it's certainly an interesting area. But SPY in the pre-market has just spiked higher, made a phenomenal higher high here if we can hold. Taking out some massive 3 pivot zones. I would want to see SPY hold today above that 595.50 zone. 595.50, if we back tested, retested that 595.50 support and catapulted higher, I'd be pretty satisfied and happy with that move. But any sort of move remaining above 595.50, I still remain net bullish this market. Dixie's trying to firm up just a touch here. We're just watching to see how this digests for the first roughly, 5 to 10 minutes here off of this employment data. But employment data coming in strong. Therefore, people are showing some confidence. Brandon Key, welcome to the stream. Bart saying, I'll be buying dips. Musk and Trump are best friends again. Always just a show. Yeah, most likely just a show. Brandon saying, sorry I sold all at 285. If you look at the weekly chart zoomed out, you can see the long-term upward support trend near 175. What ticker are you talking about? We're buying back in around 240-ish. Probably talking about Tesla. There you go. Yeah, so Tesla's pushing 298 right now. So obviously with Tesla, that massive breakdown yesterday, it's going to really help to know that the markets are gapping up today. SPY needs to hold this gap up or Tesla's going to absolutely fall much lower. Nevertheless, it is getting a very sharp bounce. Obviously, if you pick the low around 274-ish, you're in the driver's seat with a 24-point move up here. Tesla on the daily chart, you're into that previous mega gap fill. There was a lot of liquidity sitting there from Friday, May 9th. That's a big level. A lot of people that bought there yesterday are probably going to try to sell. But ultimately, I could see Tesla, if the markets remain firm, at least pushing up to 308 today, 309. That is your next Fibonacci 382 zone that you absolutely just slice through. So this one's obviously on watch for a continuation move to the upside. Brandon saying, I stay all in Tesla and sell at times of turmoil just to increase share count a few days or a few weeks later. Alright, Dixie is spiking back up to the high side. So now we need to be mindful because you have the US 10-year yield and interest rates absolutely flying right now. Look at the 10-year yield. Wow, what a massive move to the upside. This thing is ripping, so now we got to be mindful of some interest rate sensitive stocks. I'll check to see how the IWM is going to be doing. That's still holding steady. Markets are absolutely flying right now, but again, just be mindful with the Dixie. Trying to push and break out here. Recapturing key short-term moving averages. You have the US 10-year yields. So I think on the 10-year yield today, what we need to watch out for is if we start getting above, let me just isolate down the exact level. So if the 10-year yield starts pushing above 4.472, I think you could see some sell side pressure in the indices, specifically small caps. So on a day like today, I'd be more inclined, if yields remain firm, I'd be more inclined to stay long, say the S&P or Qs, and short the IWM. But those interest rates, if they start pushing that 10-year yield above 4.47, then we can potentially see some profit taking as cost of capital has to rebalance and reassess equity valuations, since this would be a high pivot breakout. But nevertheless, right now we can still remain long and strong. SPY is just absolutely flying here. Good to know that again we were accumulating some longs, and there are some day trading opportunities that I will explain on deck here. We have some pretty big movers in the pre-market. Look at Lululemon, that's one that's absolutely got obliterated to the downside. Guys, SPY is probably going to try to test 599, 600 today. This type of a rally. But Lululemon absolutely getting crushed on earnings. Gapping down from 330. It did hit a pre-market low much lower. So you have a pre-market low on Lulu around, just give me a second here. $254, a pierce of 254 on Lulu, and it's bounced quite sharply already. So if we retested pre-market low, I'd consider a bounce trade on Lulu. SPY's just flying. Tesla's still in a holding pattern. All right, so keep keep Lululemon on watch, because I would look to go long into this gap fill where it hit in the pre-market around 254, and then adding into 245. Okay, so we'll keep that one on watch. Broadcom is another high volume one in the pre-market. That one's actually underperforming things. It is bouncing off of the lows, but seeing a nice little decline. Again, this stock was just severely elevated in the pre-market. Realistically, not enough volatility there for me. Obviously, if the market's strong, this stock should continue to be strong. But considering it's under pressure in the pre-market, it could be a pairs trade opportunity as a hedge where you go long, say, what's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA, or long the Q, say, and short Broadcom. That could be a pairs trade idea, a way to hedge. Let's look at a few others. DocuSign is a pretty important name. That's gapping down. JP saying he bought Tesla at 303 yesterday. Yeah, that's your pre-market high. So that should, I think that we could push above that zone for sure. Really depends what the market is. So DocuSign also gapping down sharply on its earnings. Big gap down on DocuSign, violating key levels. And Tesla 320 calls you're in. Nice. Alright, so we're just looking at the DocuSign daily chart, seeing if there's any sort of a day trade setup. Let's throw up a fib retrace off this entire move. So 73 is your 50% retrace. 6481 is your 618. So DocuSign is trading near the lows of the session. Yes, Bart, I am. That's a swing trade. We took profits on the day trade, but we are. And we might get another day trade opportunity on that, Bart. A hood short, but that's a swing trade up at these levels. You can see you put in a nice heavy volume topping tail yesterday. This thing is going to show some signs of distribution. It might not go down right away. It might take a week or two, but I think that you're getting very, very close to a near-term top. If for some reason hood went all the way back up to that topping tail and retraced that 76 zone, I would consider a day trade short on it again, 100%. But as for swing short, you know, we crushed it yesterday twice on common shares, and then we also took those $74 put options, June 20th, $74 puts, which would close deep in the money for a nice net gain. I think it was from 340 a con to $5 if I have to look at my notes, which was a nice little trade, all in one session. Called out here live. That was our A+ setup of the day. So I'm still holding a swing short position on hood. CoreWeave is getting a bounce up. This might be one that I would consider shorting again. Again, that's another one where we rode the June 20th 150 puts deep into the money, netting a nice gain on that. All right, let's keep scrolling through. If there's any other tickers you guys want me to take a peek at, let me know. Thanks, Sarkraz. Appreciate the music, yep. How's the volume compared to the mic? Is it balanced enough? So I can adjust it. SPY's still remaining very, very strong right now. Very strong. All right, let's look at SMCI here, since we are accumulating in a swing long position. SMCI today could be putting in that bullish crossover of the 7 and 20 on the daily chart here. That's looking very, very strong. So yesterday we had a clean sweep of this neckline right into the 20-day moving average, which was sitting at, what is that, 40.81. It is bouncing right now, 41.92. So I still like that one. I think that one's going to be a big shaker and mover to the upside. It's probably going to be flying, I think, and playing some catch up to NVDA. You got that nice bull flag structure. Huge bullish crossover about to happen. Potential little inverse head and shoulders that was close to breaking out. I still think that that's going to be a tough one to short, and very likely a strong long position. Natural gas up 1% so far on the session. We're seeing AI up another 1.53%. Let's look at our AI position. AI trading at 25.74. Another one that I think is going to be very, very strong. Thanks, Sarfraz. Appreciate that. GME seeing a little bit of buying pressure today. NVDA, that's again trying to push for 142. Yesterday, our July 3rd 144 calls on NVIDIA did briefly go in the money. I didn't take profits on those NVIDIA calls because I still think that we're going to run higher. I actually like to see price action tap higher levels and then get slightly rejected, because it just means that, you know what, it's just a little bit more backing and filling, a little bit more accumulation, and we should get to a new all-time high price in NVIDIA. If we take a peek at AAPL, Apple again just struggling here, but holding some higher lows here, potential inverse head and shoulders forming. Nothing really wrong with Apple yet. Apple on the 15-minute chart, if I show you that, you can see, I showed you that at the close yesterday, that was an important one. You can see this beautiful little parallel channel that Apple held on the 15-minute chart, hit the low, now we're bouncing pretty sharply in the pre-market. XYZ, so block, that's again one of my most bullish setups in terms of swing longs. That one's gapping up again. Every day it just seems to want to grind a little bit higher and a little bit higher. So we'll continue to watch that particular name. Let's take a peek at natural gas. Yeah, so natural gas trying to do a peekaboo breakout to the upside, still trading technically at resistance. You might get a little bit of a wick high, but nevertheless, we'll just have to see how that one reacts. Crude oil, WTI crude, that looks like it's setting up for a nice little breakout today, guys. Crude oil has consolidated for a few days. Does look like a very strong intraday chart. You've got the bullish crossover of the 7 and the 20 in an uptrend, so that's looking very, very strong. Tesla actually seeing a bit of sell side pressure here. You're dumping on Tesla just a little bit here into the pre-market. A little bit of profit taking. People are still nervous. Perhaps there's more tweets coming out. And if you guys see any charts that look of interest in terms of day trades, let me know. Again, this is primarily a day trading swing. We often call out swing trades, but we like to look for day trade setups here. Nevertheless, I still have Lululemon, DocuSign on my watch, Tesla, of course. Some of these other high flyers that are moving. You got Vero, that's pushing VERO. Venus Concept, that's gapping up from 239 to 409. Massive little gap up on that particular name. You have a major gap fill around 594-ish, give or take. Interesting. Don't really know too much about that company. Let me take a peek at it. Yeah, market cap 3.4 million. It's just basically a micro cap. EYEN. Let's take a peek at that. That's also gapping up tremendously. Massive breakout. I wouldn't try to chase this one. Pharmaceutical health technology, only 9 million market cap. That's also very, very small. Let's look at Vera Therapeutics. I have traded Vera Therapeutics. That one's about 1.95 billion market cap. And that's actually under a lot of pressure this morning. Vera gapping down. Looks like it's going to fill its gap here on Vera. Realistically, the only long that I would consider is if we swept these liquidity, these low pivot liquidity zones. If we swept them, pierced them, I would consider maybe an intraday long on that name. JP, you're looking at SMCI? Yeah, I'll talk about SMCI in about 30 seconds. Seeing a little bit of profit taking in the equity markets right now. Let's look at SMCI again for JP. So again, we look at SMCI daily chart. Still looks like a very constructive bull flag pattern in the making. Obviously, we had an attempt at breaking out. We actually got a daily chart breakout of that bull flag, but it just never ever got the follow through. Obviously, with the weakness yesterday in the market, big sell-off in Tesla, dragging the mega caps down. So yesterday there were pockets of strength in the market. It was really the Nasdaq, QQQ, mega cap tech stocks being dragged down from Tesla. So I still remain bullish this market. Obviously, we've been accumulating. Members know that. And I think that SMCI is one that's going to peak up and break out to the high side. I'm riding those $47 calls with plenty of time on the clock. So I think that I still like those particular names. If you look at the SOXX, obviously SMCI is not included in this basket, but it does kind of move along with it. SOXX is into a bit of resistance here, so naturally you should have really expected a small sell-off, but I still think that this chart is looking absolutely beautiful. I mean, it doesn't get really cleaner than that. Not saying we can't break down, but probabilities dictate that when you have a clean bull flag pattern of this nature on the semiconductors, you're likely going to head higher. You know, we have it priced in for SPY to hit end of year target around 660, and realistically the data this morning, the employment data, the non-farm payrolls, that came in very strong for the US, and one of the reasons why is because Trump has been jockeying the whole global economy with these tariffs, forcing a lot of investment back into the United States. Therefore, it's created a lot of jobs. So one thing's for certain is that whether tariffs have been implemented or not, there has been a shift of investment back into the US, which is helping the US market. So therefore, if the labor market remains firm, stocks can still rally in this environment. We just really don't want to see inflation start to uptick. That's what would kind of cause stocks to reevaluate and reassess things. But at this point in time, things are still okay. Things are still okay. So Sarfra is mentioning a couple other tickers as well. Oracle and Adobe. Let's take a look at Adobe. Whoops, ADBE. Yeah, Adobe, a nice little bull flag as well. A little bit of a top wick yesterday on the market weakness. Adobe does have earnings coming up. MT Newswire 20 hours ago says Adobe likely to deliver solid Q2 results, RBC says. So Adobe's attacking this little gap fill here. Honestly, I mean, it's a risk if you're playing Adobe into earnings. It does look like a very strong chart, so odds are, probabilities are that it will likely go higher, but we just never know, right? Look at Lululemon, right? It had a very strong chart, breakout of a bull flag, and then boom, gets absolutely crushed, right? So just recognize that if you're trading these ahead of earnings, it is a bit of a gamble. Anything can happen. Not saying that Adobe won't have good earnings, but it's that guidance, right? A lot of companies, even when they're posting good results, want to give poor guidance, which manipulates the stocks and causes them to sell off. And it's almost a tactic that they're using nowadays to almost allow investors, key insiders, to accumulate at lower price, knowing that in the next 90 days, when they do their next earnings, they could get a significant pop and trend into that earnings report. But it's just risky. It could go either way. If you want to play it into earnings, I would use options and just make sure that whatever you're risking is size for loss, or give yourself exceptional amount of time on the clock. Earnings are what, June 12th, so 6 days. I mean, you could get a trend into earnings, but I would likely be out of it. I don't really like playing. It is at a very, very decent valuation. You know, if you were to get an earnings pop, you could easily see a trend back into this 500 zone. Oracle, just a rocket ship to the upside. I mean, I'd be more inclined to short this name. And there could be even a scalp short today. You're getting pretty extended. Let me just see if I see something here. So we might have a scalp short on Oracle today. Nice little gap up. I love shorting gap ups, just like we did on Hood yesterday. That was an A+ setup. Oracle. Honestly, if Oracle can push into 174, I'd consider a short. A day trade short. Not a swing, just a day trade short. Just a day trade short. I think there's an area there of opportunity. You can see this little resistance trend line, pivot low to pivot low to pivot low. We are kind of tapping into that zone right now. So that is an area. So 174 Pierce, I'd consider shorting intraday Oracle. Just keep in mind that the market is strong today. So let me just show you this trend line that I'm seeing on Oracle. So you can see we're back testing this key trend line that we broke down. That is an area of opportunity. Piercing that 618 with really no pullback. So keep Oracle 174 short, 174 Pierce, I would short Oracle. Yields are still ripping here to the upside. Alright, let's look at First Solar, FSLR. That one's still trying to hold its breakout to the upside. AMD, that's not as strong today, but it is green. Micron, still seeing another push to the upside. Micron is into some resistance here, guys. A lot of these top wicks, every time Micron gets up here, you can see it has these reversals back to the low. I mean, this has been a trader's dream to short this range. The question is, will it continue to be a trader's dream, or will it finally break out of these high wick pivot tops? Let's take a look at Palantir, PLTR. Yep, Palantir getting a nice little bounce, almost a $4 bounce. That's really good to see. Let's look at Plug, PLUG. That's also getting a minor little bounce. Let's look at this Brown Financial, because that one's still on watch for a long trade after its gap down on earnings. We're just letting it settle out. No real trade just yet. Let's look at ticker DJT. That's under pressure. That looks like a bit of a short, probably back down to its $16 pivot there. Again, Lululemon's still holding well off of its gap. Tesla still trying to hold above its pre-market low, but under a bit of pressure here. Also, an A+ setup short is Netflix for a day trade short. If Netflix makes a new high today, I'm looking at shorting Netflix on a day trade. All right. This is also very similar to kind of what Hood did yesterday. So Netflix for a short if we make a new high. And I'd also consider adding to my swing position. So keep Netflix on watch, Oracle on watch for some shorts. Looking at Lululemon, DocuSign for some longs, but they're well off of their lows. Again, I would only consider DocuSign around this trend line, so call it $72. $72 on DocuSign, I'd consider a long. The gap fill in DocuSign's around just above 74, but it should slice through that. And SPY is just relentlessly strong right now. Phenomenally strong. Alright, so we'll keep SPY on the main screen for us. Let's look at that 5-minute chart resistance. So we've broken out of this key parallel channel. We're back trading in that same upward channel that we were trading in for quite a long time. It does look like SPY is probably going to try to press for some new highs today. Let's remove that channel since we've broken out of it. But SPY is looking very strong. Very, very strong. You can see we're back above that May 19th pivot. Very good. 598 on SPY. We are absolutely ripping here. We are absolutely ripping. Keep Tesla there. SPY does look a little bit stronger than Qs. We could look for some plays in healthcare today as well. Those appear to be trying to firm up here. Bitcoin is recapturing 104, so a massive, massive move back up for Bitcoin. Oops. Look where Bitcoin's retesting that neckline on the daily chart. Power move.
Oscar's looking strong this morning as well.
Yeah, man, Spies just fucking looks strong, bro. It's crazy. Might be playing Spy today. Q's had the bigger move yesterday, the bigger top to bottom move. Q's had a 13-point sell off from top to bottom. Spy only had an 8. Or I think it was 11 for the Q's. Yeah, so Spy seems to be slicing through that 597, 598 gamma and should just magnet right to 600 in theory. But it needs to slow down because it's going without me. I don't like that.
Silver is also looking strong this morning. I had EXK pop up on my screener yesterday. It's a silver mining company. Also AG, that was up 15% yesterday. So I might take a look into getting to some silver miners.
So, in case people missed it, the U.S. adds 139,000 jobs in May.
I'm not sure how to interpret that because now everyone's saying that they won't have a cut from the Fed
Yeah, there's no
until
need to
later in
cut
the summer.
now. Well, if the job numbers are still strong, like they're adding jobs, there's no need for a cut, right?
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to put it in perspective, like market sentiment, because a lot of that was baked in, right? Or that was people were pricing in a cut.
I don't know, but I mean, it fell. Well, it fell from 147,000 in April. So, I mean, the reason why they're saying that is because the estimates were for 126,000. So, I mean, the rhetoric is going to change, from print to print.
Yeah, so I guess it was just kind of bullish short term on the market, but still
Indeed.
indecisive.
I mean, bullish short term. Well, to me, that just accounts for the pullback to these levels from yesterday. We still haven't cleared yesterday's high, which I mean, of course, we're approaching that currently. So, I mean, that could still act as resistance and, jackknife this thing back to the bottom. So, I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah, the market is just all gas, no brakes right now.
I'm going to be looking to add OUST as well today. See when's a good point to get in.
Yeah, I already got the $20 calls on that, either for July or for August.
Yeah, that one is at the top of my list too, OUST.
People have been mentioning it quite a bit in the space. Lemonade, I like that chart now. It's starting to look pretty good. So it's also
Yeah, I got
on my
$40
watch list.
calls. I got $40 calls on Lemonade also. In fact, let me look and see what I got. I'm in my account now. So Lemonade, I got $40 calls for Lemonade for July 18th, down 5%. At the close yesterday, I got August 15th, $20 calls for OUST, down 11% to close. So yeah, I mean, I've been talking about those. So, I mean, not Lemonade as much, but Lemonade was kind of like the insurance proxy play from all the other plays everybody was talking about a couple weeks back. But yeah, I've been talking about Ouster ad nauseum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. One chart that I'm just looking at my screener, things that pop me up, looks good is BTI, British American Tobacco. It's looking pretty strong. Yeah, it's kind of in breakout mode right now. If you look on the daily.
Oh, also I added in the aftermarket before the aftermarket ended ZENA. So I'm in at 416. I actually like it, man. It's a defense play. So It's a defense drone proxy play, so I like it. Yeah, I dug in it a little bit. I sent a couple of people a bit of information about it. They did. I don't know if they cared to pay attention to it and read it and give me their assessment. Who knows? People are busy with life, so they watch what they watch, and they probably don't have time to look at any of the things that I send them. So it is what it is. I looked at it myself. I actually like it, at least at this price.
Sorry, what's that for? For Zena?
Yeah, for Zena.
Hmm. BTI, if it holds above this 47 23, I think it can get to price target of 55 at some point. There's a couple of resistance in between it, but it looks good on the weekly as well.
Yeah, the VIX looks like it's ready to fall off the planet. But that 17 support looks like it could be pretty strong for the VIX. Let's see if the VIX can get under 1705. See if it can get under 17 and stay under 17. Uh-oh, can we get a pull back into the open?
Yeah.
4 minutes and 48 seconds to the open.
If you're in the audience and you made some good money yesterday, don't give it back today. Just play smart today. But as normal, it's your money. You do what you want to do. But gonna play a little bit lighter today. Everything.
So as I'm looking at SPY real quick, we're not gonna harp on that a little too long, bro. As I'm looking at SPY looks like it went up and it tested yesterday's high and rejected. To me, what I'm looking for is the clear of yesterday's high, or actually yesterday's pre-market high at 599.72. That's the actual clear resistance area. Price needs to clear 599.72 for continuation to the upside, but right now price is at clear resistance. Until you can get a close above that, I would sit on my hands or look for the fade. I mean, that's similar with Q, but Q actually didn't get anywhere near yesterday's high. They got a long way to go to get to yesterday's high, so I don't know. Maybe Qs are the play. So for Qs to have any momentum, NVDA is going to be the key. NVDA is nowhere near yesterday's high of 144. So that's the thing. That's the key. But Nvidia's at its swing resistance from yesterday.
Broadcom is selling off a bit into started market. Lulu is looking pretty strong off of their bad earnings pre-market, so that might be something to watch for a bounce.
How much are they down? I know they were down over 20%.
Yeah, down 6. I think. Let me measure. So they are down. Their peak down was 23%. Now they're down 16% and climbing. Sorry, climbing inverse, so rising. This morning they've gone up about 7%.
Indeed. They're down 17.3%, but they look strong.
Yeah, so that might be a nice call setup.
Yeah, if you can monitor it, I'm not gonna watch it. I don't ever play Lulu, but I will. But I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch it at the beginning because I want to manage my yesterday's positions, but I'll keep an eye on it. Two minutes. CoreWeave is looking strong into opening. And we're open. All right, I close my Tesla and CoreWeave calls. I don't know if somebody called out in this space, but Tango Therapeutics, TNGX. I just had an alert that it's pumping this morning.
That's Big Kev. Big Kev called that one out, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's in breakout.
Uber is breaking out, guys.
Oh yeah, Uber looks good. I'm gonna wait to see if Uber holds. Yeah, Lulu's holding. Huge volume candle. Let's see what the gamma is for that.
Over 600 on SPY. My next NFP level is 605.74.
Yeah, just grab SPY 599.0 DTEs. Yeah, I did call Tango TNGX. I talked about that a little bit this week, but all last week. I've been holding common shares for a few weeks, but earlier this week I added the $5 calls.
Tesla's. Never mind. I don't know which way, but it's not looking strong.
The only thing about Tango right now is that it's less than 200K in volume, it's less than 150K in volume. But you need that volume to come in if you want this move to actually be more explosive. I mean, it can be a low volume burn. Okay, there we go. We're over 200K. We'll see that volume start coming in.
For me, it's just I had a level I set to see if it breaks out of its last high a day. So I had that level to see when it breaks through Tuesday's high.
Yeah, quite understandable. This is just for anybody else who just might be listening, who might not, be looking at it like we are. Also, the $5 calls that I grabbed for August the 15th. My buy-in is at 55 cents. They're only, I mean, I'm up nominally, like, so it's still early in my opinion.
Rig is
I
pumping this
grabbed
morning.
SPY 605 calls for Monday.
I like that. I might follow that.
Yes, sir.
Hood is looking strong this morning.
Let's push this bitch. Let's get to 600 here.
Fuck, I got a trash field, but it's whatever.
My next level on QQ. Oh fuck. Who's that? My next. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just saying hi because I was late on stage.
Good morning.
How's everyone doing, man?
Okay, who is
I'm
this?
kind of
This-
looking for.
who is this? Hold on, who is this speaking? I'm not looking at the screen.
This is, yeah, we don't know you, but Phil follows you,
Rich
so I
Way
let
B.
you up. So,
Rich Way B.
what's up? You trading? What's your situation?
Yeah. So I used to do a lot of meme coin trading, but I kind of got sick of that. Having to sit there and fucking gamble basically every day.
Bro, hold on a second, bro. We're not gonna do the storytelling today, please. We're trading right
Just
now.
bump him down, man. Bump him down.
Yeah.
I'm tired of hearing his
another
voice.
time. Yeah, another
Dang,
time.
dude. Dang, brother.
Sorry, Bob.
Dang.
It's the morning. You wait for quiet times.
A full backstory. We're gonna hit 600 here. No doubt.
That's what I'm hoping for. We're pushing towards that pre-market level from yesterday that I talked about, or actually we're here for SPY, trading SPY today. I'm in the 599 zeros.
I'm there with you, man.
Let's go.
Yeah, gold dumping again. Silver looks productive.
All right. Before I got
Boom, there's
interrupted.
SPY 600.
Yeah, let's
Real quick,
go.
closing three
My
quarters of my
next level.
position
I
up
trimmed.
50%.
Yeah. Sorry, Kev. You got any runners?
Yeah, I always leave runners.
Yeah, I'm doing that here. I don't usually though.
If Tesla gets over 310 today, I expect it to go back to at least 350 before the event. After the event, you're on your own.
Damn, I dumped my core weave calls too early.
So I got R2.
All right, I
at
finally got the
602.
feel. All right, sorry about that. Go ahead.
I got R2 at 602, 32 cents. I got you know. Let's get there.
Sure, this shit finna fucking fly like a bird. SPY. Over 600 at 604. 58 on SPY. Let's go. 605 is looking good.
For those of you that's listening, I do apologize for being rude, but I really don't, because the market has been open for every bit of 10 minutes, and you come up and you want to just babble. This is not the time for that. You come up, you give crisp levels, you give good ideas, good trade ideas, and we're not going to do the babble. We're not going to do the banter. Not now. And any of you chili medics out there that don't like it, you can just leave. Like no one is asking you to be here. This is a privilege. This isn't promised.
Yeah, I'm gonna be jumping into BTI calls for $50, but I'm gonna get the January 16th far out for $50. This is gonna be my strike.
These fuckers.
Yeah, those 605s was a good call, bro. I'm up 29% on
Yes,
them bitches
sir.
already.
Bing bong already.
George, you said you have a 602 level.
I saw 232, and above that I got 605, 63.
I grabbed Rocket Lab $30 calls for next week.
I like it, man, with this whole SpaceX Elon fiasco.
Look at Ouster. Ouster still pumping 14 mid.
Broadcom is looking strong this morning. Starting to claw back all its losses.
I missed the pullback in Ouster yesterday. I wish I got in. Wasn't even thinking about it.
%70 on those Pi 605s from Monday. Trim some right here.
Yeah, that's why I say I got a trash entry. I'm only up 40%. I'm still gonna lock in half the position.
Yes, sir.
That's a beautiful call, bro.
Yes, sir. Thanks, bro. Just here to make this money, man. OUST looking beautiful, by the way. Top 5%.
I'm just saying, bro. I find a good one every now and then.
Yeah, nah. Fuck all of that. You find a good one almost every day, bro. Come on, man. You do your homework, man. So give yourself credit for that, bro.
Yeah, currently up 52% on those 605s. And motherfuckers,
Bing
beautiful.
bong.
And I'm up 70%, 73% on my 599 runners.
Let's go. 85% on these 605s. Oh, baby. Yeah, so my
5 Digital's
Go ahead.
running, man. Up 13.5%.
Nice.
Yeah,
Who is?
semis,
Say that again.
APLD.
APLD.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, let's go.
Semis are looking very strong this morning. Nuclear too.
Fucking kidding me, bro?
UMAC 10% this morning. Red Cat as well.
Yeah, drones pulled back huge yesterday, but they're coming back.
Trump's signing executive order
PD.
at 1 today.
PDYN Paladine. I don't know if anybody ever jumped in that with me. Up 20% again
Hell
today.
yeah, bro. You know I got into that. What are you talking about? Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying. I tell you, I find a good one every now and then.
Yeah. Yes, sir, you do, man. It's fucking Tesla.
I mean, shit, this volume for Paladine looks like it's coming in quick. So this definitely could squeeze. It has over 10% short interest.
Yeah, not only that, did he call it out a couple of days ago. I even went ahead and did a write-up on it, tagged Kev in it, and I think he reposted it on his profile. So if you missed this one and you comment in the purple pill, I'm blocking you. Period.
Yeah, I got my own trade emotions to deal with. I'm not dealing with yours either.
Exactly. 80% on these.
Shit, I don't want to deal with my own goddamn trade emotions, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Word. Let's do this. Bye. Hmm. That's what we're gonna do today, Spy. Okay. All right.
Oil's getting a good bid today. I think I like that jobs report. Almost 2%.
Don't they have that oil rig count news data come out later on today?
Yeah, Baker Hughes. Breakout. Yep.
Tesla's starting to look a little bit weaker.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
that's what I'm watching over here. So I'm gonna grab these Tesla. I'm already in the 250 puts for what is it? August, July. I'm gonna grab these 250 puts for today. 0 DTEs.
Lotto.
Let me see something. Yeah, my NFP
There.
level on Tesla is 254. But somebody pointed out that there's might get pinned between 295 and 300. So just be careful what you're doing on Tesla today. They might pin it between those two levels.
280 on Tesla has 106% IV. Or on the call side, they're giving it
For the
70%.
zeros?
Yeah, for zeros.
Damn. Okay.
Hey, how do you set up one of those Twitter polls? I need to set up a Twitter poll. I'm gonna set up a poll.
Oh yeah, let's fucking go.
What's a poll? Have you been blocked by Kev? Yes or no?
No, am I too brutal?
We should be like, did you play Tesla yesterday? And then you can block everyone. I don't think you'll know who did it though.
No, but I mean, he is right. If you come up here first thing in the morning and you start telling a story about what you used to do, that's not helping anybody. It's not any disrespect to anybody, but just come back after market close and introduce yourself. I mean, not no disrespect to anyone, but come on, guys.
Or just wait till the volatility subsides a bit, not at the most volatile moment of the market.
Yeah.
Hey, market wasn't even open 10 minutes, bro. So we're getting a little pullback. But here's the thing. This is what I want to know. Hey, man, what happens if it holds to 600? If SPY holds to 600, right? What do we do now? Is that going to catapult us up to like 605?
Yeah, that's the level I have. Actually, 604.58.
Yeah, 605
Yeah,
for me, bro.
Yeah.
that's next peak positive
Yep.
on SPY.
Damn, I gotta fucking leave this goddamn conversation so my notifications aren't inundated.
I'm gonna play this bitch both ways today. Fuck this spot today. I'll play around with you. Let's go, baby.
All right, I got into BTI, but super long calls. We're January.
Oh wow, Apple. Okay.
Lulu's a dud. I'm gonna remove that from my watch list.
Looks like that BW stock you guys are talking about has found a level here.
So it
Like
seems.
$1.40.
Yeah, I added some shares.
Yeah, I might take a flyer on some comments. It's so cheap.
Hmm. I'm gonna add to my SPY 625s for July. Actually, August 15th. My bad. And I'm gonna fuck Tesla today again.
Yeah, Tesla.
Yeah.
That's the play.
Drone's still running. UMAC up 13%, Red Cat 16%. I don't know what Ondas is doing.
June 14th. June 20th.
Ondas up 10%,
Tesla
9%.
250 puts for that day.
Oops. Well, I guess I'm in Tesla puts again.
Damn.
Which ones are you trading, BB?
I got 275s for today. I
Just scalping those, right?
Yeah, I didn't really mean to get into them at this point, but I misclicked. I'm holding
Hey, if any of you
270s from yesterday as well. Sorry, Kev, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish what you.
No, I was just saying I'm holding 270s from yesterday as well, but I had a small position.
240. The 240 puts that I got in earlier, they're up 50%.
Yeah, all I was gonna say is we're in the hands of order flow now. So if anybody sees anything significant regarding QQQ, SPY, NVDA, Apple, any of the mags, appreciate if you share it. You know, make sure somebody sees it, or don't, whatever.
If you're watching Tesla, remember 291.50 was support yesterday. So if it breaks through that, next level is 279.
Uh-oh, familiar face. Long time no see. What up, YOLO? Rolling in your Lambo?
I just wanted to say that I see a flow that they just so Microsoft 505 calls December almost 20 million.
Nice. I'm in the 470s.
Yeah, Microsoft looks that monthly chart looks really good, man. So and it's all-time highs, right?
I talked about that yesterday. Yeah, I was talking about how good that chart looked yesterday. I don't know if anybody ever looked at it or whatever. That's what compelled me to grab the 470s.
So I did an analysis on this. Whenever it breaks all-time highs, it gives you at least 30% move.
I'm here for that ride. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So But yeah, like I see a huge flow. I'll
Okay,
put it up.
that goes all the way back where? You was about to say? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It goes all the way back to like early 90s. I posted it like about a week ago on it when I was looking at it.
Nice.
So let me put this.
Can you reshare that?
Yeah.
Out of these 240s,
Wait,
the 240 puts for 90%.
Trump's tweeting again. If inflation comes back, raise rates to counter. Okay, he's just hammering Powell to lower rates. Trump wants a full point rate cut.
I don't think, dude, he doesn't know what he's asking for. If they cut rates, the long end will probably go up. People will sell off their longer.
He has no clue what he's asking. He's just listening to some people that's whispering in his ear and he's echoing that shit. Listen to how he talks. Like he'll say some shit
Yeah.
and it's obvious that like he's just echoing the sentiment of somebody else. But look at Rocket Lab, and this thing is just look, Rocket Lab clears 28 and holds it today. Lab is in breakout mode, in my opinion.
Tesla's headed back to 290, man. This thing is dud. Yeah, last time Powell raised rates, the 10-year went up like 100 basis points. So
Yeah, I think Trump just wants the economy to boom now and not care about what happens in 2 years.
So I posted that on the nest that what I saw for Microsoft, and my other position I'm playing is I bought this morning Tesla 297 for next week. 297p.
Tesla Robotaxi event. He's got to say something about LiDAR, right? He's gonna have to. That's my I started thinking about that. I think he's gonna have to give LiDAR a shout out.
Yeah, dude. If they switch to LiDAR, OUST is gonna fucking explode.
And EVA.
Yeah. I'm just pissed off I didn't buy it yesterday after Amen mentioned it.
Which
But
one
for
did
some
Amen
reason,
Which one did Amen mention?
OUST.
Nice.
He mentioned it yesterday, and then I looked at the chart, and I was like, "Holy shit, this is really nice on the weekly."
I've been talking about weeks. I think I talked about it every day for 2 weeks.
Oh, you did.
Every
Okay.
day. Every day.
It could get to $20 by July.
Georgia, am I bullshitting when I say every day for 2 weeks?
No, bro. If you didn't follow Kev on OUST, you're not doing it right, man. That was a sweet call.
That was nice, Kev. I was away on vacation, so I wasn't on for much. But
Yeah, bro. I wondering where you been. I was like, man, where Lambo been?
yeah, I was gone for
Nice
2
to be
weeks.
back though.
Yeah, I remember before, like when you first mentioned it to me, I was like, I don't know, man. Like, but you were like,
Yeah, I
check
remember
it
that. But I
out,
was
check it
adamant about you.
out.
I stayed on your helmet with it. I stayed on your helmet about it.
You know which one is not catching a bid is Laser. Are you guys surprised by that?
Bro, I am super surprised by that, bro. That was my number one top one, and then when A-Man jumped on board with that, I was like, hell yeah, this motherfucker's gonna rip, and this motherfucker's just been a dud, bro. Like, I'm super surprised.
Yeah.
That was my number one. That was right above Ouster.
Yeah,
Now
I'm very
AEVA is my
surprised.
number one.
What's the other LiDAR one you have, Kev?
AEVA, Alpha Echo Victor Alpha. That's my number one now, not Ouster. Ouster probably come back
Okay.
into it because of its drone sensor. See, V put me back up on the drone sensor as outside of like EVs and shit, right? Like, and I had already knew that, but I never really just kind of just thought about it like that. So its application, its utility outside of EV. So
Okay.
Ouster might end up being number one again.
I'll
But I
put
do
that.
like AEVA.
Yeah, hey, this AVA chart, it already broke out basically on that from the accumulation for years.
Yeah,
AVA
but I
is
was talking
expensive,
about
man.
that 2 months ago.
Oh man,
Real quick, guys.
that's
SPY
nuts.
broke back under 600, so be careful.
Yeah, I put that on my watch list too to add to buy shares.
That MFI that somebody brought up yesterday is moving today too. Also, somebody yesterday, again, I don't know who it was, mentioned TGE. I just threw it on my watch list. It's halted right now on the upside.
Is that the TicoGen?
I see Triumph, the motorcycle. Like, no, that's not halted. It can't be.
No, TGE, Thomas
Oh.
George Edward, Generation Essential. Somebody had thrown it in the comments yesterday. I didn't even look at it. I just threw it on my watch list.
Okay, I'm closing 3/4 of my TNGX $5 calls up 80%. Man, this thing has exploded. If you didn't get in this, you just missed it. Like, I don't know how many times I got to talk about the ticker. You see the momentum and you just miss it. Like, I don't know.
Pager Duty up 2% today. PD, another one we called out. Generac up 1.5% today as well. GNRC. The DAL, Delta Airlines, up 2.5%.
BB, you did good bringing people's attention back to TNGX. Did you get in it?
I did not. I did not. I'm playing. I'm not chasing stuff for today. It's having a bit of a pullback right now, though, so it might be a nice opportunity. People are playing Tesla puts. It's starting to look constructive right now. Sorry, constructive towards the upside. So just be careful. Bounced off VWAP pretty hard on the 10-minute, so we'll see how that candle closes.
So if Amen's theory holds strong, Luminar should be the next LiDAR to take off since it's the laggard of the bunch, but it has a lot of cash on hand.
What's that ticker?
LAZR. Not to be confused with the ticker I gave out yesterday, LSR.
Dude, I don't like this chart, man. Oof, that's nasty looking. The daily on laser.
Oh,
Yeah, bro, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, but you got to buy the beat down one. Like if LiDAR is the game, then this has to be the next one to pop.
Do you know if they reverse split?
Yeah,
No
I see
clue. I'm
they
not looking at
split.
that right now.
Yeah, they did 15 to 1. Yep, or 1 to
Okay.
15.
Okay.
They did that in November.
Since things are a little bit slow now, people that you want to come up and kind of give your spiel on your trade or whatever, now's the time you can do it. Shout out to my
Hi,
thunder.
everybody. Link in my bio.
Shout out to my okay. Shout out to my OKC Thunder for losing last night at home. That was a disappointing loss. But that all that does is just reinforce the fact that we're going to have a true gentleman's sweep, and we're going to bring the trophy back to Oklahoma City.
No comment. SGA is my favorite player, so I have no comment. Knicks are my team, but SGA is my favorite player.
I don't follow it, but I was listening with Space. They were complaining that he gets too many calls. He like flops around a lot.
Okay,
What?
so I don't disagree with that. He does flop a little bit, but no more so than any of the other floppers, right? Like, so LeBron has flopped way more than anybody
Yeah.
ever in the fucking history of basketball. Like to be the greatest player on the planet, right? Fuck out of here with the flopping shit. He ain't flopped once in this series.
That's
Of
cool.
course, it's only one game.
Bro, I just don't
Tesla's-
understand. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say Tesla doesn't look like it can get over VWAP
Yeah.
on the 5-minute.
I just don't understand how Indiana plays pressure defense the entire game, bro. They pick you up half court, full court the entire game, and then they push the ball so fast. Like, it's wild what they do over there.
They're young. They're a pretty young team, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have to
Indiana.
give them credit though. You
Man,
know,
they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything that the Thunder wasn't ready for. Here's the thing: the Thunder had 25 turnovers in the game, but they only had 11 points off of that. When they on the year average is 21. See, that got me back in fucking basketball analyst mode. It wasn't what I was
Sorry,
trying to
man.
be. But here's the thing: they average 21 points off of turnovers throughout the regular season, right? And they've averaged 22 throughout this playoffs. For them to only have 11 points off of 25 turnovers is more indicative of them just having an off night and not anything that the Pacers did defensively. Those are just the cold hard facts. That's what reinforced my notion that they're going to go ahead and have a true gentleman sweep, and the Thunder won't lose another game.
Nice. Dude, I'm looking at Laser. How do they lose so much money? They like lose more money than they have revenues. What are they doing? I don't know. I gotta look into this some more. And if it turns around, that'll be good.
Anyways, back to the markets.
Seeing IWM puts 201 July, 2 million opening position at the at ask.
Hey, can you guys see Butters as a speaker or no?
No.
He's not a speaker, I don't think.
I mean, I approved them to come up, but I don't know. It's space is acting weird again.
I don't know if any of you guys are still in that TSSI play, but it's pretty strong today. It broke over the 19s, like I said it would the other day. That thing could hit the 20s.
Tesla's overview app now.
Am I tripping or am I looking to seeing somebody's hand up?
Yeah, Silencios had his hand up. Go ahead, bro.
Okay,
We
who let
got
him up?
Viva Systems. Ticker is Victor Echo. Echo Victor is an oncology software company. They're gapping and going and seeing flows at the what is this? The July 18th 3:30 call.
I know a few people mentioned before that Aurora Technologies. There's another company that's exceeding them that's going to be at the Goldman Sachs Tech Day. Ticker's SRI. Watch that one. It's got some great technology of surround camera systems for monitoring of products and trucks and stuff like that. That one's on the move already.
Hey, Butters, is that Stonebridge? No, Stonebridge?
Yep, Stonebridge.
Okay, I'll keep an eye on it.
Grab some Tesla 310 0 DTEs.
Oh man, I'm not getting filled in my Tesla calls. Come on. Nice. Ooh. Smack that down hard.
Yeah, it's fighting right here.
I think it's going to go up though. I'm in Tesla calls. I dumped my puts for today.
They start the day out with the foolishness. This price action already is not it.
I said the wrong word. I put the link down on the bottom for Stonebridge. It's the Deutsche Bank Tech Conference. I believe it's next week.
Man, I'm looking at these last 3 15-minute candles on the Qs. Man, that shit is just looking for the last 2 15-minute candles and the current one. And the shit is just fucking looking super weak. And then I'm looking at similarly on SPY. Like, I mean, it's holding the 5 in the VWAP, but man, it looks weak.
Trump is still, I think, talking or getting headlines from him still. Great job numbers, stock market up big.
Come on, Tesla.
APLD is buying.
UMAC is up over 17% now. That's fluctuating.
OUST over 15.
APLD has that contract with CoreWeave, right? For $7 billion.
That's what I heard. I
Yep,
don't know how much. Though.
that's what it
Yeah.
is. 250 megawatts of energy.
What's CoreWeave up to?
Or down to, rather.
46. Yeah.
Tesla cannot get over VWAP.
Right.
I'm grabbing QQQ 528 put 0 DTE.
So big SPY puts just came in. 585 puts for July 31st, 4.4 million in premium, and they bought it when it was 600. Paid $8.76 each.
Shit, let's see if we can get this pullback. Shit, looks like they thinking like how I'm thinking. I don't know. So for QQQ, I have a weekly level at 531 mid. As long as it stays below that, I'm good in these puts.
Yep, I'm writing my ES short and my Tesla puts for next week.
Yes, sir. Let's go.
Tesla, if it doesn't hold 294.95, I think it'll start to break down. Couldn't get over VWAP on the 10-minute. NVDA's chart is looking pretty bearish.
Man, this Lululemon, where's this thing gonna go? It's no end in sight for this.
To the basement.
Yes, sir. Gold is falling off a cliff. Gold at 305.
Yeah, it's not what I want to see if I'm in puts. Just saying. So just kind of looking across the plane. The mags, MAGS ticker, MAGS is pulling back. Looking at the VIX is middling after having a push higher, holding 17. Kind of looking around the landscape. NVIDIA's look like it's pulling back, looking a bit bearish. Apple looks bearish. Meta pulling back, looking bearish. Hood looks a little bearish, but it's getting a little bit of a bounce. Palantir looks bearish. Google, after having a pretty decent push, is middling. Tesla just barcoding. Tesla hasn't done anything since overnight trading. IWM actually looks like it wants to try to make a push higher. Dow pushed back a little bit. Amazon is pushing back, or pulling back rather. Microsoft pulling back as well. Rocket Labs pulling back a little bit.
TSSI is just hitting high day, 1930s.
That 28 level for Rocket Lab is strong. That's the level you need to clear for follow through for continuation higher. Otherwise, Rocket Labs will fade at 28. Couple of days I told you all, ticker GRRR. Keep an eye on that. Looks like it's still getting follow through. Resistance level I want to see it clear is 23. Need to see GRRR clear 23. It clears 23. I think it has a shot for 30. I got a 26 level between there, but definitely got a shot for 30.
Yeah, same as last time. If people look out on that screen, don't look at the 5-minute, look out on the daily, you'll see where it was before.
Qs are breaking down now.
Yeah.
Boom.
Whoa, nice candle on ES. Hell yeah, let's go. Good call, Kev, on the puts.
Come on, pull Tesla down with you.
Yep, my ES
Thank you,
is going pretty green now, and then Tesla puts are green. Yeah, let's go.
I got 597.68, and below that 594.37.
That was a big drop. I wonder if something came out.
Yeah, my level on SPY is 597. So right around 598 is the next level down to the downside.
And on QQQ, I'm looking for 528 mid.
This fucking price action is retarded today.
Bitcoin showing strength.
I closed 3/4 of my 528 puts up 43%.
UNH is still stuck around 300, just consolidating.
under 598. My next level on SPY will be 596.84.
So UMAC has just cleared 750 level that I have. So next level, I mean the next level up for that I have on the weekly, you know, this is gonna take time to get there. Is 13. That's the next level up I have. UMAC. These are weekly levels that I'm talking about, so just take that into consideration whenever you're revising your trading plan. But as you hear,
It looked like he left.
damn, he's the person I wanted to talk to. No, man, I was just going, you know, so because I look at some of these plays, and you remember UMAC the first time we played this, it was like I want to say it was the end of 2023.
Yep.
Yeah, and kind of nobody knew anything about this or whatever. And we were in it, and we were playing it, and we wrote it up or whatever, and we were early. It's just I like being early. That's just all I want to say is I like being early.
Yeah, I'm trying to get for everybody here the copy of that Deutsche Bank conference. I have a feeling it's going to be around FSD because all these FSD plays are going too now, right?
Yep.
TSSI $19.61.
Oh yeah, it's going
That
over $20.
that thing is a monster, bro.
That's a beast, bro. That's a beast. I remember when you first talked. When I remember I first heard you start talking about this 2 years ago. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was $1.60, $1.65.
I know. That's why I said it's crazy.
That's insane, man. Oh my gosh.
I would get all of your Tesla puts if you're in for 0 DTs. It's breaking through the VWAP.
Oh shit! Damn, this is Friday. I'm fucking tripping. I'm really not, but I need to start looking. Okay, at lunch, somebody remind me start looking for that 1,000%er.
I think I'm going to stop touching Tesla today and get chopped up.
Yeah, between 295 and 300, you're wasting your time.
Yeah.
It's just gonna barcode right here.
VIX look like it's starting to pull back. VIX look like it wants to create an H pattern.
The big Kev, I got into those OUST $20 calls with you. I'm up 40% on those.
Nice.
I also added to those Tesla 310 0 DTE for today. They're now up 45%. Average is 50.
I just jumped back in QQQ
job.
532 call 0.
Added some August laser $5 calls, just kind of, they're, 10 cents, 12 cents, whatever. We'll see. Not much.
For what expiry?
Oh, sorry, did I say it's August? August
All right.
15. Yeah. The earnings are before that. UMAC 20%.
Beast mode, homie. I never take a night off. Every single thing a person purchases a write off.
Yeah, I like this a lot better than Ondas. Ondas doesn't even like manufacture drones. They like do networking for stuff.
That's what I was saying, bro. I wasn't trying to shit on Bro's play. I just like this one better.
I'm comparing them because they're about the same market cap. But I mean it's doing really well too, so
QQQ, go ahead and retest that 531 mid level, see if it can break. LMND lemonade is looking real good. $40 calls I got are up 40%. For lemonade, I got a target of 41.20. Where I see first resistance. If it can break, continue this path is on 41.17.
Bitcoin new high today.
Oh shit! What is it at right now?
Tesla over 300.
105, 265.
I think
Trimming these Tesla 310 calls for 90%.
beast mode, homie.
Good play.
Yeah, Qs look like they want to go ahead and push, try to test that 531 mid level.
Trimming these Capital One 195 call for 100%.
Beast mode. I heard you talking about that for a couple of days now.
Yes, sir. Ticker is COF for those in the audience. It's up. Capital One is up almost 3% today. It looks good on the 15-minute chart. It's pushing, getting some volume. Next target I have on Capital One is 198.56 to the upside.
Ticker SERV over 13 bucks, making a nice move. This one took a little longer than expected to break out, but I was expecting this breakout. I just cut the contracts too early.
SPY is going to retest. Looks like it wants to retest the 600 level. Still holding those 605 calls for next week.
Yeah, so am I. Not the full position though.
Yeah, I trimmed some, of course, earlier.
Lemonade getting a nice pump. Lemonade looks nice.
I have 4 runners left on these Tesla 310s for today. I'm trimming 2 out of the 4 for 125%.
So as I look at Qs and I look at SPY, looks like it's created a bull flag, and it's trying to break the bull flag here. See if we can get another push to the upside. I'm talking about on a 15-minute time frame, just so people can see what I'm looking at. I see a bull flag. I don't know what anybody else sees. VIX still is shaped up in the H pattern. If the VIX go ahead and completes this H pattern and takes out that 17, we'll definitely see the market break to the upside. NVIDIA looks like it's breaking the bull flag to the upside. Apple still looks bearish. Meta still looks bearish. Tesla actually looks bullish. Google is middling. IWM looks bullish. Dow looks like it's attempting to break the bull flag. Amazon still looks bearish. Microsoft is middling.
Oscar looks like it's forming a bull flag on the 30-minute.
Microsoft looks like it wants to tank. Microsoft wants to go retest that 470.
Those Tesla 310 calls for today, they are up 200%.
Man, today's not my day. I was in them, and I'm paper handing. I gotta close out my day.
Europe closes in a half hour. Looks like there's some seeing some August 15th $27 calls for ticker U. Somebody was talking about Unity not that long ago.
Tesla 310 zeros up 300%.
Qs are starting to get a bump. I'm seeing the positioning for the Qs around 532. Kind of caught in between 530 and 532 right now.
Yeah, I'm in the 532s. I want to see if it can go ahead and push a little higher.
And I called out to Tesla when it got over the VWAP that careful for your inputs, and I didn't switch back to calls.
Rocket Lab testing high today.
Boom, baby. Let's go.
All right, one runner left on these Tesla 0 DTEs. Trim that at 350%. One runner left.
Good job.
Thanks, bro.
And you had a good week this week, Bull Bear.
Yeah, I did, especially with Tesla. Yeah, I think this is my best week ever with Tesla. So.
OUST's looking strong. Had a bit of a pullback before, but our cat's starting to look like it might be a bit of a fade. Or it could turn into a bull flag. We'll see.
Rocket Lab looks strong.
Yeah, this thing looks like it wants to explode over 28. Actually getting a buy signal on Rocket Lab right now as well.
Boom. So I already got the 30s, but whenever it pulled back, I added the 28. So now I got the 28s and the 30s for next week.
Let's go. Nice ad, bro. Nice ad.
If you look down in the bubble, OG has been posting Rocket Lab flow all morning. So, I mean, the information's there and it's free.
Oh. Trade God. Yes, sir. Thanks for joining me in Warby Parker, man. WRBY. 2150 in the money. Let's go.
Microsoft went all the way down and tested that 470 mid and bounced. I'm still holding my first solar for 175 calls. First solar starting to
Yeah,
look
that's what I
like
was
it wants to
about
go
to
test
say.
the higher day.
First solar starting to look productive.
Yeah, that's the one I need to get into, First Solar. What calls are you in, Kev?
I got the 175.
Oh, 175. Okay.
It's great. For June 13th, for next week, 175.
Copy.
There's a pretty big level at 170 for first solar.
But full
Spy.
disclosure, I got in these yesterday, and I've already closed 3/4 of the position. I'm just riding runners on this.
Nice.
Just pointing it out.
Nice. Spy back over 600, guys.
I have Qs. Let's go. I'm in the money now.
Yeah, I got spies and I got spy and Qs. I got spy for Monday and Qs for today. I'm green on both.
Let's go. This is, I mean,
I think we're going to break high day on Qs.
let me see what gold is doing. Hold on. Yeah, gold is barcoding down here. First Solar,
Okay, here's that QQQ resistance that I talked about earlier. 531 mid. We've gotten back up here. See if we can go ahead and clear. See if we can hold and clear.
Big Kev, there is a news that China grants export licenses to rare earth suppliers of the top 3 US automakers.
Oh, bullish on Tesla.
Well, fuck yeah, there's got to be bullish Tesla, right? Tesla might be the
Yeah.
1000% banger today.
Uh-huh. Bing bang.
The yin's probably running right now. Nope, yin is not.
MP drop, MP, USAR. They are dropping. I mean, mostly MP.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's those ones you got to be careful if they have their cycles. They're usually short. My UUs are also not looking great today.
I apologize for killing Rocket Lab. I bought a call.
Hey, crazy. I don't think you killed Rocket Lab. I'm good. I just grabbed Tesla 312 and a halves for today. Let's see if we get a spike. Maybe not be 1000% banger, but let's see if we can see if we can get a let's see if we can get a Tesla pump.
think Tesla could get to 310 today. It's a lot of negative exposure though to go get through.
I like that number. Say it again, 310.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm still holding one runner. That's it. Let it do what it
Yeah,
wants.
305 is the SMA 200.
Yeah. Yeah, I see a little wall to 305. Next one's 310. Q's is getting a pretty good pullback from that resistance level.
Yeah, we are rejected on VWAP.
Yeah, I
Dan,
see a bit of a pullback. I ain't gonna say this is a rejection yet. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that. Still 3 minutes left in this 15-minute candle, so I still like the upside.
Dan Niles was just on CNBC short Tesla, short term.
So what? We fade Dan Iles. Dan Iles
I,
fading.
I don't listen to these dudes, bro. When they come on CNBC and they tell you they're in something, I just always do the opposite.
Yeah, reverse it.
Palantir is silently having a good day so far. Up up 4% today. Looks like it's trying to come back and into that gap down to 120. Uh, signals are so mixed right now.
Ticker RXRX, $6 call, June 20.
Just saw a $2 million premium for MicroStrategy calls, June 13th, 395. Oh, we're dumping. Everybody step away.
What did Trump say? Why are we tanking?
Yeah, I'm trying to look right now. I don't see anything. Hold on.
Bitcoin's starting to look toppy.
Oh, should I step away and the market is tanking?
Yeah, guys, if you see any news, just go ahead.
No news. No news
Yeah,
yet.
I
I
don't
don't
know.
see anything.
I don't see anything. I don't know what this is. Everything is pulling back.
Insiders.
Tesla back under 300.
Gold found a foothold at 3350.
SPY at 597.
Yeah, that was a 50% loss on those Qs.
Yeah, that
Percent
was a
loss.
nasty drop. What the? What is that?
Definitely, there has to be news somewhere because that didn't really
Yeah, I don't see anything.
make sense.
Hold on.
47% loss on spies. Don't ever walk away from your trade.
Yeah, I came back 2 seconds before. I just went to the washroom and
Yeah, that's what I did. I went to go use the bathroom. I come back. I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't see any news at all. Nothing. Fuck. But this 593.97 level on SPY, a pretty huge level. So just watch that level on your chart.
By the way, circles up 40% today.
I'm gonna add to those 605 for Monday.
I was gonna say just this 6,000 ES is a pretty obvious level, but it's a level of interest, like open interest. So if we can reclaim 6,000, maybe you have another leg, maybe 60-40. But it looks like most likely they will just try and close a green, like maybe this exact area, just finish out the day. But 59.50 ES will be again the bull bear level. So um, if we lose 6,000, it will be there, but that's obviously a red day. So I think most likely we'll just float around here and call it a day. But I was mentioning yesterday after market, we had a small space from repo. There was a DeMark 13 that got printed on a lot of indices yesterday. So usually within 12 days of that, you get like you know, reversal to the downside. So just a heads up.
You said that DeMark 13 was on what?
Sorry, come again.
And you say that DeMark 13 was on what?
On a lot of indices, like I think SPY and Nasdaq. SPY on Nasdaq for sure. Yeah,
All right, no thanks, bro.
of course.
TSSI did not seem to care at all about that pullback.
And then today we also kind of mentioned Wing. Wing is printing an exhaustion 8.9 as well. So I'm interested. It doesn't have that much options data on it in TradingText at least, but it's interesting on a restaurant weakness theme.
So I'm looking at this Q's chart, man. This just looked like an overall bearish setup. I'm looking for some more puts. I grabbed the 527.
IWM looks like it has a nice bearish setup. Double topped on the 10-minute. Yeah, maybe that's what it was on the Qs. The Qs it double topped on the 15. CLBR is looking productive this morning.
Have a level at 598.81 on SPY. We get back over that, we could get up to VWAP, clear that, get back over 600. So my next level to the upside is 598.81 on SPY.
Yeah, not looking at spot, but I'm looking at Qs and currently under the VWAP closed with to the downside under the VWAP with a little bit of increased volume. Looks like that whole area up there that I talked about was resistance was stayed resistance, and like me until that level was cleared, the puts is the play. Also, I'm starting to get a MACD. My MACD is starting to try to cross to the downside. 15.
Yep, I see that. It's trying to do the same on SPY 15 as well. What's Apple doing? Yeah, Apple's kind of fading a bit too.
Meta's kind of into its gap area now.
Energy Transfer ET having a nice day today. Quiet.
Yeah, ET. That's one of the tickers that the past couple of months has been seeing a little bit of bullish interest. So I mean, I don't know. That and ticker BEAM.
Hey, BB, do you see Boeing today?
I did not.
BA, people in the audience? It doesn't look good today, man. I mean, it's not down that much right now, but chart looks nasty.
Yeah, I used to own Boeing. I sold it around the 214, 215 level.
Anybody look at ticker BEAM? Check that out. Beam Therapeutics.
BEAM.
Yeah,
Beam.
it's been getting some bullish interest lately. It looks
Yeah, it
like
looks
it's
like
trying to have a nice little break.
Yeah,
played out a cup and handle on the 1 hour.
Yep. Oh, the 4 hour is still looking good.
I'm looking at this weekly on a H invalidation, which could turn into a W.
Oh yeah, I see that.
If the H isn't invalidated yet, it would need to clear 2081. But looking at that.
I have a micro level right here at 1916 on this beam on the weekly. Let me see something. Let's switch.
Yeah, I don't like this right now.
Yeah.
I mean, for the short term, I could see 21. But clear that, clears that, and I'm a player. Put me an alert up here. I mean, the daily on that looks pretty good, though. I ain't gonna lie.
The beam looks interesting to me. I just put in an order for the July 1921 call spread for 50 cents. See if I get filled.
Yeah, the daily definitely looks interesting. I see a little bit of volume at the $20 strike for July. Then I see 17,000 in open interest on the put side for the $20 puts.
Yeah, see, I would wait till it cleared your level, Kev. It looks, it's already up 10% today. Hold on. What just happened
These are gene therapy editing tickers, CRSP, Beam, NTLA, and I read that Beam is up because they got some grant from FDA, for some orphan drug. But yeah, I honestly cannot trust this gene editing.
Yeah, I would watch 1916. If it clears over 1916 and then pushes over your level at 2080, I think you're good to go, bro. The next level over that would be almost 24. So
But 5 minutes is breakout, yeah. 5 minutes is breakout.
oh, wait a minute.
For Beam, I have a fib level at 1890 on the 1 hour.
Yeah. On my yeah, I see that level as well. On my 2 hour chart, it cleared a level at 1839 I had on here. So I would watch those two levels, 1916 and 1839.
I think this ticker once Big Cap mentioned this GRRR is up now.
Yeah, Kerr.
Yeah, is up 20%. Is up 20% now.
The 2 kind of has like a cup and handle on the daily. Maybe on the hourly. Looks like a little bit of a cup and handle playing out.
Gave you the good entry under 20. Either you took it or you didn't until up into 30. Told you, especially if it clears 23 or 22 rather. With a little bit of interim resistance at 26. UMAC look like it's in breakout mode, approaching $8. If UMAC can clear that $8 resistance, I don't see any more resistance till 9.5, $10.
Yo, this chart, this UMAC chart, that was a good catch, Kev. This thing looks good.
Thank you.
I think that,
Another.
yeah, there was a ticker also mentioned yesterday in the space, iNode. INOD is now 10% up. I am in the
Yeah,
calls.
I
Thanks.
think I mentioned that one also. I just didn't take the
Yep.
position.
Yep.
That's the one that kept popping up on my ticker. That's the one I said kept popping up on my screener like fucking,
Yeah.
4 or 5 different times. And I finally decided to take a look at it yesterday, but I have no position.
UMAC, it's another cup and a handle on the hour.
This thing is just making cup and handle after cup and handle.
I know, I feel like it's the only pattern I can see right now.
This thing
But
just wants to go, bro.
in general,
Let her loose.
in
Let her
general,
loose.
this mid cap are really strong. I mean, every ticker from small mid caps, they are pushing high today.
So and here's the thing, like I'll echo the statement that I made yesterday. So those of you who are just like, oh well, that's like I don't trade anything under a $5 billion market cap. It's your loss.
Red Cat looks like it's same cup and handle on the 1 hour. It's just hasn't played out quite yet. So that might be something to get into. Even though it's up 14% today. But it's just starting to build it.
Bolbier, look at MU.
Yeah, you brought MU up a few days back, Bull Bear, right?
Yeah.
Tuesday.
Yes, sir. Look at this thing, man. Oh, bro. Wait. Yeah. Chart looking nice.
It broke out of my 1-day trend line from the downside. So I had a downward trend from January 25th, and it broke out on Tuesday.
Yeah, as long as it stay over 108.54, we're Gucci on this one. I think we go back to one. What is this? What's my level on this? 130 at least.
Yeah, that looks
Okay, so the
interesting.
level I have before that is 119.33. So 119.33 looks good on MU. So about 120, good right there.
So I'm going to say this right now, and just kind of harkening on what I stated earlier. For whoever that guy was that tried to come up and speak, I asked you what your name was. I don't even know who you were, so I really can't go back and apologize to you. I may have been a little bit harsh on you, but I'm going to be harsh every time when I have a lot of money on the line. That's just how my emotions work when I got a lot of money on the line. So it is what it is at the beginning of the market. Don't come up here at the beginning when the market first opens and you're going to banter. I open this space up a half hour before the market opens. That's plenty of time for you to come up here and do all the little old whatever, your soliloquies or whatever that you want to do. But nobody wants to do that. You want to wait for the market to open. So I'm unapologetic about how short I will be with you when I have a lot of money on the line. So fuck your feelings. That's my PSA for you today. If you don't like it, leave. You don't have to be here. I don't want any of you to be here if you don't want to be here. Go.
I'm not apologizing.
But I say that, but I'm that way because that's how I need to be in order to find these plays that I'm finding. Like I'm looking for shit so I can make some money. If you want to make some money with me, then deal with my bullshit because I got to deal with yours. It is what it is. Once again, you don't have to be here. It's a privilege for all of us to be here. None of this shit is promised.
I think it's fair.
For the most part, I think I'm rather fair.
Yeah, it's time and place, right? Right now, when shit is boring and there's nothing to happen.
UMAC cleared UMAC cleared $8. UMAC is pushing.
Let's go.
Squeezing. That's the fuck I'm talking about. I can't find shit like this if you want to come and do all this fucking talking and distract me from being able to look at the goddamn market.
I am not apologizing, so good luck to who think they're getting an apology from me. It's not happening. Not first thing in the morning. Hell no. Nope. Sorry.
Let me buckle my seatbelt up. You make it look like it's ready to go. This thing has what, 12% short interest. This is ready to squeeze. By the way, all the common plays that I look for shit that has at least 10% short interest. That's just what I look for. So all my common plays that I call out like this, I'm looking for things that are going to squeeze. I'm a momentum trader. That's just what I do. What better momentum than a squeeze play? But I'm not a meme trader. There's a difference. Momentum. Momo, not meme. I will trade the memes, however, if they have momentum.
What do you use to determine the percentage of short interest?
FINRA data. Fintel data.
Check that out.
Also,
Fintel.io.
QQQ is looking productive right here. Came back down and test that point of control at 529.14 and it bounced. It's getting a really nice bounce here. My next level on that is 531.
So Red Cat has a little bit more short interest on it.
Alright, I like
15%.
what SPY looks good on the 15 minutes. SPY 15 minute looks like a morning star reversal to the upside. It's hitting what is this, VWAP? 599.19 is VWAP. Okay, so watch SPY back over that level.
AG in the comments mentioned the ticker CHGG is up 33% today, 40 cents. It's breakout from the trend line, yeah. So just wanted to mention it.
Yeah, I don't trust this push. I think it still gets faded. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out in puts. Qs need to clear 531.33 to knock me out. Damn, here's another therapeutic play that's just fucking going insane. PHAT. Pretty hot and tempting. Every time frame I look at, all I see is just one big green bar just blowing through levels. The
Yeah, it is fat.
Indeed, it is. That motherfucker fat.
Yo, this is
Hey man,
hilarious.
damn man, if this thing, shit, man, if this thing keeps pushing, man, the next, I mean, at the rate this is going, the next level I see is 1093.
Bro, this is wild. Look at this thing. Look at this
No,
thing,
okay,
bro.
930. I see $9.30. But I mean, shit, this thing looks like it's gonna go to fucking $9.
Yeah.
I need to dig in this and see if this is fucking short interest and all that shit. Man, oh, it's halted. Damn,
Yeah.
that time.
So on this one, hold on.
Look up this damn thing.
Switch charts fat. 46. 2 hour. On this chart.
CrowdStrike's starting to look not too bad.
My level right here. 791. 824. 864. Yeah, Kev. I have 864 on my chart. Well, look at that. 843. You just shot up to 843. I have 864 on my chart for this. On the PHAT fact. This thing. It's hilarious. Over the 864, my next
Damn, I
level
couldn't
is.
unmute. Fuck, I watched this motherfucker just explode up to fucking 80, 90%. Fuck, shit.
I know.
Man, we could have got in this bitch. Fuck. I
I
found this
know,
motherfucker
man.
too
We saw
late.
it late. It's okay. We saw it late. My next level is 911 on this. Wait, did it get halted again? Yeah. Got
That's
halted again.
crazy.
Get off site.
I look at this damn thing. It's at 50%. It gets halted at 59%. Gets unhalted. It's at fucking 90%. Gets halted again at 80%. Fuck. It's gonna get unhalted. Then it's gonna be over 100%.
Yeah, my next level is 983. If it gets unhalted, 983. And then I have on a daily. Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. What is this? Yeah, 983 to $10. That's what I have next. Bro, if it gets over 10, you see
Bro,
that?
first of all, I chart this damn thing. I got it charted. Now I'm trying to fucking do the research on it. You think you get time to fuck, all you need is about 10 minutes to kind of just do a dig on this motherfucker. You don't think this motherfucker goes up to,
Yeah.
a whole fucking dollar just that fast.
Yeah. Right where it got halted just now is my resistance. So if it gets over that, I have 983 and 10 next.
Okay, this is what I found. Okay, breakthrough in product pipeline. Phantom's flagship drug, Voquizna, targeted GERD infections, has shown strong clinical progress, completing phase 3 trials with promising results of sex and fuel investor optimism about future commercial upside. And this is through directors talk interview. Uh, they reported a staggering 1,392% increase in revenue as it scales that Voquezna's launch and market presence. Simply Wall Street notes the price sold off last year, but now has rebounded about 54% over the past month amid renewed growth optimism. Strong analyst buys, consensus buy from 5 out of 6 analysts, strong buy with only one single hold. Price targets average since around 17 to 1760, with suggested
Yeah,
upside of
so that.
135% from $5
Yep.
to $28.
Yeah, if it gets over 10, it's going to 16. Easy. 1, 2, 3. That's crazy. I looked at this and I'm like, what? And then that shit just shut up like nothing.
Yeah, so basically they
Oh,
got this
UMAC.
milestone delivery in their lead drug candidate, rapid top line momentum, analyst upgrades, projecting 2x or 3x upside, insider confidence signals through share purchases, and still it's at a bargain valuation relative to growth outlook.
UMAC 830.
Let's go.
What is this thing doing, bro? Really?
Damn, it's a long ass halt on this motherfucker fat.
Yeah. It might be a 15-minute halt on it.
Man,
Look at
Mark,
the
the market still
Rigetti,
ain't looking strong. Give it.
RTTI.
Yeah, what do you see?
Getty?
Talk to me. What do you see?
Yeah.
So I was looking on your tool. I saw some option flows come in for calls. June 27th, $14 as a 19% short interest. And if I'm looking at my gamma chart, I see there's a lot of max paying time for the $12 strike all the way up until the end of June. So this might be a nice squeeze play.
I'm looking at the daily. I don't like how it sits currently. It, however, is holding
Yeah,
holding a level. It's holding a level. What I would like to see it clear. Like right now, it's holding. I got $11 level, but I'd want to see it clear $12, really 12.50.
from what I'm
It,
seeing,
it's a
I feel like
man. This
if it
thing is
clears
looking
12
bearish
bucks,
though.
it's going to rip. Yeah, I know. The chart doesn't look good, but the numbers seemed interesting. Could be a nice lotto for somebody.
Also, that's probably what this dump was. The 10-year yield is up to 4.4, high of the day.
Oh, yeah, 5 years, 3% up.
Yeah.
2 years up, 3% almost.
So,
Started ripping around 10:30.
was that right?
When did
That
the
must have
Qs
been right
dump?
when we dumped.
Let me double check. Yeah, we dumped 11:15, around 11.
Okay.
Yeah, and
So that
bonds
means
broke
we'll
through.
dump again at 12.15.
Yes, sir. Dump again, baby.
Yeah, because it's climbing higher. Yeah, so basically, as soon as they spiked, they broke a high day,
Yep.
which is about to do now.
Yep.
Good insight.
Good job, guys. Good job with that one. See, we work together. Find those little nuisances, this news that we couldn't find. There it is. What the?
I'm looking. I'm still holding iRobot commons, but I'm starting to see some $4 calls pop up.
Yeah, I'm still holding comments in those two.
So I bet you that was just pure like algo driven, all that sell off.
Yeah. I mean, it is Friday, so.
Yeah.
Barrett, were you talking about Rigetti there?
Yeah.
Yep.
That might be falling into line with, if you look at the Cisco chart, the options chart, they've got a quantum introduction on June 12th to the 13th, I think it is. That might be why it's being played out.
Um, I don't know if we might have forgotten today. It might be the inclusion for Hood and a couple more tickers, so keep an eye on those. UMAC breaking out. Kev, 837.
Boom.
Okay, what Butter said that that is maybe the reason I see Cisco calls for June 20, $68 call for June 20.
Cisco chart looks good.
Yeah, daily is breakout. Yeah.
I put it down in the blue pill again. I've shared it with you guys before. It's down in the bottom blue pill. The Cisco day.
Thanks for sharing that, Butters.
Yeah, so you might see, supportive plays around that, and Cisco's stacked quite heavy on that June 20th, as he said, right?
Spy testing VWAP right here. Spy's getting a little push here. Everything's getting a push. Hood's getting a push.
So Cisco day is June 12th, based on what Butter said.
Watch Palantir right here, guys. Could run to 130 very fast.
You back 840. Let's go. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. As long as Palantir holds over 124.65, we should be good. If you're playing Palantir. Bro, look at FAT. 11 bucks. 1067. See? Told you.
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Man, you gotta
Bro,
be
that
fucking
shit
kidding me.
ran through the level.
You can't make this shit up. I fucking said this was gonna happen. I knew it.
Yes,
It's just
sir.
it moved too fast. You just can't. What can you do?
Halted again. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Let me
I'm
see.
done
Yeah,
looking
so
at it.
it's
Don't even
going to
tell me nothing
16.
else about it. Don't even tell me nothing else about it, man. I was fucking 10 minutes too late, and I looked at it. Look, I seen it. I seen the notification for it, and I was like, all right, I get to it a little bit. I was looking at something else, and I finally got to it. I'm like, oh shit! And I told you all, like, look, I was charting it at the time. Come up with my levels. Now I'm like, okay, let me do my dive on it. Let me see why this motherfucker's moving. It's halted. Comes unhalted. I
What's
still hadn't finished doing my dig on it, and it moved.
what's the ticker on that one?
Uh,
PHAT. PHAT. Fat.
yeah, pretty hot and tempting. Fat.
Yeah, it's going to 16.
Usually after the second halt, it falls. That's pretty strong, then.
Pretty
Yeah.
fucking strong, Butters. Like, fuck. They just had phase 3 approval or whatever
Yeah, it's
for their
going to 16 next, bro.
Voquezna drug or whatever the fuck they got.
At a 20% short interest, so that might be why.
Yeah, this bitch is going to 16. Let's go,
This thing was
babes.
at $7 when I looked at it.
Yep. Sure was. Good catch, Big Kev.
I don't know if anybody took that TSSI. It did
Not a
breach
good catch.
220 today.
I mean, it's stuff. What do you mean it's not a
Yeah, that
good
was a
catch? You found something, bro. What do you mean? It ran from $8 to it's at almost $11 right now. It's about to hit 16. You didn't get in it, but it's still a good find. I mean,
that's not a
nobody
good
could
find
get in it.
if I don't play it. If I don't play it, it ain't a good find. It's just like, hey, that looks good. I didn't make any money off of that. I needed to make some money off of that shit, bro. Yeah,
All right.
it was a good eye, but fuck, I didn't make no money on that shit. I'm tired. I'm mad about it, bro. I ain't happy about
I
this shit.
know.
I'm mad.
I know you're mad. I know. It's all good, man.
Bro, to me that's worse. To me personally, that's worse than you finding something and you get in it and you cash out for 250%, and then you look at it tomorrow and it went 2,050%. To me, this is worse than that because at least you made money on that one, right? To me, I didn't make a fucking dollar
Yeah,
on this shit.
yeah, I hear you, man. Um, helping hands. I'm not gonna bring you up because this is not the space for that right now, bro. Sorry. Come back after market close.
Yeah, this space is the helping hands. Everybody's using their hands. They're trying to help each other.
Hard pause. Or no Diddy.
No Diddy, right? But it really ain't like that because there's a bunch of women if you look out there in the space. So it really isn't a Diddy type thing, I don't think. But it could have been because Diddy had sex parties. So I mean, I don't know. Is it Diddy?
I was just saying because you're saying everyone in this room's using their hands.
Right. I'm just saying everyone is all inclusive, right? So that includes all the females in the room.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm trying to convince myself that this spaghetti place not a good idea, but they're
Yeah,
cheap.
it's not hard for me
I
to
think I'm
convince
gonna get
myself
some
it's not a good idea. I looked at it 2 days ago. Like okay, so then I was looking at all the quantum plays 2 days ago, and I was trying to, Red
Yo,
Spaghetti's the first one I looked at, and the whole chart, the whole daily chart was just super bearish. I'm glad I didn't get in it.
Yeah, I think
Not saying it,
I
not
could
saying
have.
it won't do what you think it's gonna do, but to me, it's not hard for me to convince myself not to get in it. That daily chart isn't set up for me to like think that it's gonna bounce. It could bounce, but I need to see another green candle on that daily, not just that one.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I think I'm gonna wait till Monday. I'm gonna put this on my short list.
um, so pH. Never mind. Leave it alone.
So I'm locking in some profits on my common position of UMAC. I've already closed out my 7.5 calls that I had for June 20th and July 18th. Those went
Nice.
insane.
Got
Yeah.
843 right now. Nice, nice. Let's go, UMAC, baby. Another good find. You made money in that one, so there you go.
Oh, I did exceptionally well in this one. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, Robin Hood is waking up, baby. Let's go. Bro, okay. Let me just go ahead and remove this guy, bro. 'Cause I'm tired of the foolishness.
Also
All right,
locking in
I'm gonna
profits
step
on.
out for the weekend.
Go ahead, bro. Appreciate you coming
Yep.
and hanging out. Locking in
Yeah.
profits
No.
on
Good luck.
my Rocket
See you
Lab
later, BB.
$28 calls, up 31%.
Enjoy your weekends, guys.
You too,
It's
BB.
a
Be
pretty good
safe,
week.
man.
Hell yeah, you too, bro.
Cheers.
Actually, I'm just closing the 28s all the way out and just riding the 31s. Still have the 31s still open. Just removing some risk going into the weekend.
Yeah, so Tesla. If you didn't catch that play early, then you're getting chopped up right now on Tesla because they're just gonna pin this right here.
peak positive on Tesla's and peak negatives at 300.
Yeah.
They're just gonna pin it. Looks like. Just wanted to say next Wednesday, CPI and the 10-year auction on the same day. There's a lot of open interest at 6,000, both puts and calls for that day. So just, if you're not thinking about it, maybe you should be. It could be a lot of volatility.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Georgie, man. Here's the thing. I thought I bought Tesla, but I guess I didn't. I'm fucking looking through my whole damn shit, and I didn't buy Tesla in any account. So I missed everything that you said. Can you repeat that, please?
Oh, peak on Tesla, peak positive and peak negative is 300. So and it's very, very large in both directions. So I mean, they're probably just going to pin it right here at 300.
Oh,
And I
looks like the
said,
Qs. Looks like the Qs are starting to get faded. Look, come on, let's see if these 527s can go ahead and print for me, baby. Come on, let's go.
and then I said next
Bitcoin looks
Wednesday
like
is
it wants to tie a day again.
What did you say?
Bitcoin looks like it wants to try the high a day again.
All right, thank you. So what was that again, Georgia? Can you please finish? Sorry.
I was just saying June 11th, next Wednesday is CPI and the 10-year auction. So it's a lot of, and there's a lot of open interest on SPX for that day. It looks like a straddle at SPX 6,000, big one.
I don't be knowing how to interpret those the straddle and the strangle and the spread option
Just because
flow.
it's
I don't.
like a ton of puts and calls at that strike, just a lot of them. So that's all I mean.
Yeah, no, but no, I'm saying because I be seeing a lot of spread flow, and I don't know how to interpret it. I don't know because like if anything directional, like I know how to interpret it. Like I can tell if something's unusual for a specific ticker or not, right? Like I can tell if something's unusual for SPX comparatively to like if something's unusual for Rocket Lab, right? But I can't tell. I mean, that's only if it's directional. But if like I'm seeing spread flow or like butterfly flow, like I don't know how to interpret that shit.
Yeah, because like I don't know how it shows up when there's a spread. You gotta because there's two sides to a spread, so I don't know how they link them up. It's based on size or I don't know how to interpret that. Like how it shows up.
Next time I see one, I'm gonna send it to you and let you see it. Let you see
Business
what it looks like.
Insider. Trump is considering selling his Tesla. These guys.
That came out this morning.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
fuck.
still parked outside the White House, the red one.
This is insane.
So childish, I swear.
All right, fat is unhalted. Oh, it went to 1232.
So I grabbed
PHAT.
PagerDuty. I grabbed PagerDuty leaps yesterday. I grabbed the $20 strike for June 2026,
Nice.
and currently up 17%. I mean, to me, I actually like what they
Let's
do.
go.
I don't. I'm not a smart guy. I'm not like Georgie. I'm not in the field of IT or whatever. But what I read and what they do, like it's pretty good, and they're fast. And I know they got like ServiceNow and like Datadog and shit like that is like their competitors, but they're not really their direct competitors because they operate in a niche, small little market where the speed is where you could say their moat would be. So I like it.
Mm-hmm. I'm all in that, baby. Kind of pissed off right now, bro. I should have rolled these WWD calls. They're up 400%. But they expire on 620. I need to roll these. January to I'm just gonna let these expire. Contracts are way too expensive. These went from 555 to 2720. So
Damn. Nice.
yeah, I've been calling this one out to everybody. Yeah, I know. Thanks, bro.
And which one was that?
Woodward, WWD.
Oh hell yeah. Woodward. What do they do?
Yeah. Hold on. Invest always make fun of me. It's like, oh, Bull Bear's the only one that plays Woodward. It's it's aerospace.
Yeah. People always want to talk shit. That's just what they do.
Yep.
Makes them feel better about themselves, I guess. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know what the cachet is with all the shit talking that's endemic across X.
Oh, this thing is halted again. PHAT halted down this time. Hood. I'm gonna pay attention to Hood for a little bit because it's getting
You say it's halted to the downside. Man, I'm glad I didn't buy that piece of shit. Yeah, straight up.
He's like, yeah, now I'm glad I didn't buy that thing. That garbage fat. Spy.
Hey, so my 527 Q puts finally went green a little bit, but the way this is consolidating to the downside, man, I want to see a real nice drop here.
Um, excuse me. On QQQ, my what is this? 529, 528.96. Yeah, this could come down to at least 528.32 if we keep getting gets weaker. That's a level I have 528.29 on QQQs. SPY. This price action is not it. So I'm just chilling right now.
Drop it low, girl. Drop it low.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, they're not letting Tesla go over 300 really. Since we're kind of slowing down here, Big Kev, want to have a couple people come up, see if they have any tickers that we haven't looked at. Want to tell us something about some tickers that you might be looking at.
Yeah, I'm good with
You're
that.
in the
Come on with it. I'm looking for my
yeah,
next
if you're in
1,000% right now.
right. So if you're in the audience and you have a ticker that you want us to look at or you want to share with us, please go ahead. Request to come up, but look, let me warn you: if you come up with any foolishness, I'm blocking you. You're getting removed instantly. So please.
Well, you don't have to
Ask
block them, just
them.
remove them. No, you don't have to. You don't have to go all the way nuclear. You don't have to go DEFCON 3. Yeah.
All right, there's one person. Oh, Bitcoin. All right, nobody.
Bitcoin double top to the penny.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I like to hear
It's all
that.
going to zero.
Put your money on it to get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
It said it's going to zero.
Hey, Big Kev.
Okay.
Fuck you won't.
You know what I'm talking about. You want your 1,000%er? It's on a platter. Pick it up. Get some, baby. We're going to do it. CEO is going on Charles Payne next week. Let's fucking go.
Wasn't he on TV 2 months ago too?
Hold on.
Yes.
The CEO of whom? Who are we talking about?
Big
Genius.
Kev, you don't have to ask. GNUS.
Ah,
Enough. Come on, man. Crap. What the Oh, shit. All right. Let's start looking at some Home Depot contracts right here. Some calls. Let me see.
I highly recommend that because I got to go to Home Depot and spend about $300 tomorrow because my son put a hole in his wall. I don't recommend if you have a kid that's looking at playing baseball to swing the bat in a room. My bad.
Is that the only thing he broke? I'm surprised.
At least it wasn't a golf club.
How did you guys do on Tesla stock today?
Really good, man.
Did you short it, or did you buy some stock? What are you guys' plans with your Tesla positions?
Oh, swinging the
Played
bat in
it
the room.
both ways.
You live and you learn.
Say that again. I'm driving on the highway. You cut out.
We played it both ways, bro. Like we've been doing for the past 3 or 4 days.
Yeah,
Yeah. This is a swingers room.
nice. No, I see some investors that I know in here. That's why I'm here. But did you guys like get short dated puts or long dated puts? Do you guys also hold shares, or how do you manage the Tesla position right now?
No, I don't have shares in Tesla. I just did short. Well, oh shit, the host is having connection issues. On Tesla, I had short dated puts, and then I got into 250 puts for July. Played Tesla all the way up this morning to the 310 calls. Made over 400% on those. I've just been playing Tesla back and forth. I don't own shares in Tesla. I don't plan to anyway. And I'm short for the event for next week into Tesla. I don't think it's gonna pan out for Tesla next week. That's just my thesis. I don't know about anybody else.
And you're holding 250 puts?
Yep.
Okay,
I had 325 puts that ran to 1,000%. Trimmed those. I got 280 puts. Trimmed those.
nice.
I'm holding the 250s. I'll hold those into the event. But in the meantime, I've been
Nice,
playing short dated calls on it. So
nice. I'm a long-term shareholder.
Hey guys, just quickly jumping back here on the stream. Overall, Apple's looking phenomenally strong, like it's going to press higher here. We do have the S&P still slightly off of its highs, backtesting a key support trend line here on SPY. You can see on the 15-minute chart, main pivot low to pivot low. If we can get above and hold this 598 zone, then I do think that we can push back for 600 on SPY. Again, typically Fridays they love to trend it, as a lot of people close their shorts and options contracts since it's a little costly holding short positions over the weekend. The borrowing costs add up. So I think due to the fact that the markets did put in another little high, we are slowly just grinding higher and higher on the daily chart. And I do think that this market is still remaining very firm and strong, likely going to push higher.
The TLDROG, if you can let me know about that reverse forward split. I don't know what the hell that means. Big Kev, Bobert, have a fantastic, and UKR, have a fantastic afternoon, okay? Really
You as
awesome.
well, buddy.
Take care,
See
man.
you, man.
Yep, take care.
Cheers.
Cheddar Flow's reporting that SPY massive 1.4 billion in dark pool equity orders hitting the tape at spot price 597.64. SPY is currently above that. By about 80 cents. Apple's starting to look pretty bullish. NVDA starting to perk up, still just relatively flat. Looks like Meta's starting to curl up. Microsoft, Amazon, Palantir all curling up. Peloton looks like it's a Palantir rather looks like it's breaking out real nice.
The gold miners are having a pullback. Hey man, I see you down there. I don't know if you are into Newmont.
Big new lower day.
So this ticker Beam, BEAM, that you're talking about, Kev, it's hitting my level right now at that 1839, but it's printing a bearish reversal on that on a 2 hour. So it look like it wants to come back and give all of that back to at least 1715, 1712. Palantir over 127. TSSI, Butters play is starting to get some volume again.
Good, about to cross 77.
This thing is a beast, bro.
Hell yeah, that's why I had to grab those 76s right there at the money. Then the 80s for next week.
I don't blame you.
It's gonna go to $1 million. Somebody buy my contracts.
That SPY is looking like it wants to keep pushing over VWAP.
Look like we're gonna go test the high today. QQQ.
Yep, SPY's pushing.
Grabbing some QQQ 532s, 0 DTEs. See if this thing can squeeze. Amazon freezes retail hiring budget for 2025. Amazon retail businesses blocking hiring budgets at 2024 levels. Damn, that's crazy. What's going on?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty interesting, that one. Hmm. Did it say, is it for the entire business or just part of the business? What is this? QQQ looks good right here. Big Kev. 530,
Yes, it
54.
does.
Yep. Let's buy down. SPY about to get over VWAP here too. 598. 95. It's fighting.
QQQ's back in that position where it should go retest that 531 mid resistance area where it rejected from earlier. I mean, it should, not saying it's going to. That's what I'm playing for. So the Wall Street Journal is reporting that Trump is going to extend the TikTok deadline again, but it doesn't specify the date.
All this guy's doing is just extending everything. What are we in
He's making volatility great again.
Bro, this is from January. We're in June. This is wild. Every month, extend, extend, extend.
Tacos, baby.
Soft tacos
Chicken soft tacos.
with sour creams, with sour cream and chives. Extra tomatoes. Can we get the push right here?
Yo, who just flew over 77? Come on, guys. Just let this shit go, man. Let it run.
Closing 3/4 of my lemonade, $40 calls, up 50%.
Nice.
Yeah, Hood is on a mission.
Yes, sir. Just like I don't know, wake up the market, y'all. The rest of the market is lulling us to sleep. Hood is like, okay, let me play this piano for y'all.
There's always going to be a 100% runner every day, 200% runner every day, 300% runner every day. Can you find it?
Yeah, that's the thing. You gotta find it.
Then can you be early enough to participate in it?
Yep. Jeez.
And can you hold on to it long enough to make a profit out of it?
That part. And then not give it all back.
Yep. These Hood calls, $80 calls for July 18th. They're up 15% or $90 since I rolled them just now when weed was in the room. Yeah, Hood is on a mission, bro. Fat. Yeah,
Come on, Q's. You can do it.
I just need gold to just dump to 302. Whoa, 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 Warby Parker, what's going on? Well, well, well.
TSSI looks like it's getting acne. It's about to break out.
Butters, you still hanging around here?
TSSI new high day.
Come on, Q's. Let's see if we can get back up to that 531.
Not sure if we're going to get much beyond where we are. SPX is, well, never mind. I just started ripping.
Yeah.
So a really big push here in SPY. You are seeing some participation. Tesla trying to curl to the upside. Apple looking strong here, breaking out on the 5-minute chart, probably heading for 205.40. You have NVDA trying to curl up and break out of this little bit of a wedge pattern that it's been chopping in, testing resistance right now. If you look at Google, we mentioned Google is one of our top long ideas yesterday. This has been a beautiful, beautiful beast to the upside today. Meta's obviously been very, very strong for a few days now. Microsoft is interesting. Microsoft's putting in new all-time highs, which a stock in uncharted waters, especially a blue chip of Microsoft, can push higher. Now, there is a magnificent resistance trend line that Microsoft is hitting, and we simply have to draw it from these low pivots all the way through this. So pivot low to pivot low through this little chop here, breakdown zone, and now we're back testing that zone as we speak. We've swept the previous all-time highs, so there could be a bit of a liquidity sweep going on there. But Microsoft is a little bit overbought into resistance, but SPY is trying to break out here. And the way this surge is going, it does look like it's heading for another high of day. But S&P is very, very strong at this point. Let's transition you back to all those screens. SPY getting a beautiful surge here into the 600 zone.
Did exactly what I thought they would have did with Tesla. It's pinned at 300. Like this is not going anywhere. Look at this garbage. All right, QQQ looking good, Big Kev.
Yeah, I got my next trim for 100%. See if it gets me out. See if I can get a feel. All right, I just got filled. I'm out.
Nice.
Yeah, this area of resistance right here. I just took profit. I mean, it could blow through it, but it rejected here earlier. What do y'all think? It blows through resistance or rejects here?
Um, I think this thing. Let me see, 30-minute. Yeah, I think it could go up to 532.90.
Right now, Apple is absolutely pushing to the
You could blow
upside,
through here.
testing trying to go for that 205 level. I have some resistance that it's going to tap at 205.50. If it pulls back, then you could have a late day surge all the way
Need
into
SPY to get back over 600.
206, that high pivot. I think Apple's probably going to test that high pivot around that 206.23 zone and try to sweep that liquidity. But we are looking like we're going for potentially the high of day on SPY. It was a very bullish 5-minute close. A little bit of backing and filling here
Can you say
should
that
take
again?
place, and then we could have a potential
532. I
continuation
think
higher.
Qs could get to 532, and SPY needs to get back over 600.
Yeah, I don't know. This resistance looks like it might hold. It looks strong. I would not be long here. This is just me. I took the profits. I'll just wait. If it breaks through, then I was wrong. But I think we get a rejection here, or just kind of stay here.
Yeah, it could. I mean, it's after 2, so it could just go sideways here. But my next level on Qs to the upside is 532.
The potential pairs trade opportunity in the pre-market. Fortunately, I had to step away, but I said long Qs, short Netflix. Had you have taken that trade, that would have been printing on both sides
I
of
mean, it
the
looks
trade.
strong, right? Definitely looks strong, but I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. I don't know. It seems like they just want to keep it here.
Oil's attempting a breakout. Our rig $3 calls are moving in favor. Today our PLTR 127 calls that we took yesterday just briefly tapped in the money. We got till the June 20th expiry, but we're up nicely. If you're wanting to trim up here, by all means, I wouldn't knock that, but I'm looking for PLTR to probably trend for the
Yeah, but
rest
the
of the
Qs
day.
definitely look a little bit stronger than SPY.
PLTR looking very, very nice. Again, those 127 calls are
But if you look at that
briefly in the money.
SPY,
They're in the money right now.
I mean, you can really see it on the 10-minute chart. That's a W on a SPY chart.
And the thing about this is that the market still has a lot of bullish charts that appear to be on the verge of breaking out or breaking out. So this is why I think that we have SPY on the precipice of really starting to break out of this consolidated formation. I think we're about to get a few very interesting trend days to the upside. If you can't really be bearish on this market right now, especially after the labor numbers came out this morning, spiking interest rates, but stocks are pressing here. Stocks are pressing to the high side, that's for sure. We have triggered this beautiful inverse head and shoulders. It is massive. You got really 2 necklines you can use this from. And realistically, upside off of this inverse head and shoulders on SPY, pretty powerful. We're looking at a 3.5% move. Conservatively, we're looking at 613. Off of some sort of a squeeze, we're looking at 615. So all in all, we still remain very bullish. And our SPY 600 calls again did go in the money today. We still have till July 3rd expiry. I might look to roll those out to a higher strike farther date. So SPY looks very, very bullish. Extremely bullish. Testing almost that 600 zone. It does appear like we're going to make a new high of day. We got that bullish crossover a few minutes ago of the 7 and 20 on the 5-minute chart. We have a huge upsloping ascent on the 15-minute chart. Hourly chart, you got the bullish crossover, the 7 and 20. All things are pointing to higher price here. Very likely higher price. Apple's pushing for 205. Palantir 127 calls are in the money. Let's see if we can keep trending here. We still have a lot of long exposure on the table. Accumulating a couple key shorts in some individual names, but it's tough to short the indices here, especially SPY and Qs. They look very, very strong. IWM, interesting little spot here, also posting a daily chart breakout on IWM. So as long as IWM holds here, this one can be bought on the next little dip, in my opinion. I'm not one to chase the gap up on IWM. SPY, I'm a little bit more confident. There's a little bit more charts shaping up, especially with healthcare starting to perform. But our July 3rd SPY 600 calls again are pretty close to being in the money. We're up nicely on those contracts, but tons of time. And I'm already looking at farther dated strikes. And I think that we have on tap SPY is likely going to be pressing for, well, there's a few different areas here. First and foremost, I think 603 is going to be our next target on SPY. And then I have an upside target of 608. We're probably going to head to 608. Once we clear 600, I think we're going to have a pretty big squeeze to 608 very shortly, like very quick. So, 608 from here is really only a 1.35% move to the upside on SPY. But once we clear that psychological number of 600, we're going to have a pretty strong squeeze, in my opinion, to 608 on SPY. Then I have another resistance, obviously, that we have that double top on SPY and gap fill sitting around 613. That's a clear resistance. But ultimately, within the next few weeks, I think 616 is on tap. So I already entered, just issued a new little trade for August 15th, 610 calls. It's not even that aggressive. It's very minor. But you know what? I think for the remainder of the years, on pullbacks, we can accumulate at key technical levels and bid SPY up. Honestly, there's a chance that SPY by end of the year hits 660. That's kind of my upside yearly target. Max extension move to the upside. Obviously pending things go fairly well. Okay. So that's how I'm going to be playing SPY pretty much for the rest of the year, is on dips. I'll be looking to accumulate key long exposure and probably rolling strikes up and out as we get in the money, looking for farther dated contracts. We'll hedge along the way if SPY gets too crazy overbought, moves too quickly, but so far this move in the S&P 500 has been pretty tame. So it's been one that's looking like it's actually going to hold, build momentum. Apple 205 calls, they're back in the money. Apple 205 calls. Remember, we're also writing 225 calls. Let me just look at that position real quick. We also have Apple Jan 16th, 2026, 225 calls. So that's a farther strike.
Hmm.
That's the way that I see it.
Yeah. I think we still have time before the day is done, though. So who knows?
And this level can still get slapped to the downside.
Yeah, the problem is, the more, the more time that Trump, brushes it off and says he's not talking to him anytime soon. Like that's gonna that that like that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt his companies, right? Valuations. Like, what's this guy gonna do to him? So, if he really wanted to, if you really wanted to, burn, like, if you really didn't want to burn bridges, you'd just say it's out of the way. There's no animosity. That's it. Let's move on.
Yeah. This is absolutely wild. This price
This is
movement.
strong resistance right here. I want to see it needs to slam through this area. Otherwise, it's going to get slapped to the downside.
All my EMAs are curled to the upside. They're like curled tightly together. So
Like I said, it looks bullish. Everything's curling up. The MACD is curling to the upside. Starting to see green on the MACD.
yeah,
Right. So it's right here at that weekly level that I talked about. But this level's been strong. I slapped down yesterday and a couple of times today. So I'm just saying this area is pretty strong. It needs volume to push through this level right here.
you need a 532, bro. That's fucking. I mean, and that. All right, Spy, are you ready? Are we gonna do this or we're gonna go back to sleep? What's the plan here?
I think they really will probably wait till the end of the day.
Yeah,
They might just burn premium here for a while.
I mean, doing that all day.
That's why I wouldn't play it. Like, I wouldn't play this like fucking end of the day squeeze unless premiums were like the last half hour and you're just taking lottos.
Well, for me, I grabbed the 575 or 535s for Monday. Those are relatively cheap. So if I see a move to the downside, I damn sure zero DT some puts to the downside. I promise you.
Damn, they be nuking the VIX.
Starting to look weak right here at this resistance level. I
Mm-hmm.
need to close these 575s. Maybe reconsider them later. So this looks like this might get rejected right here at that weekly level. I might want to play some puts to the downside.
Do you guys think Hood gets in today, or is this going to be sell the news next week?
I mean, I think he gets in. Yeah, I do think it gets in. How many do they put into there? Two?
I think it's two, but not sure.
Yeah, I mean, look at this hood chart.
We're just doing a quick little run
This thing
through
is
airline
still
stocks.
strong.
They are looking pretty decent.
So the
A lot of
memesters
airline
are buying it
stocks.
up, man. You know, they love their hood.
Boeing's obviously had a really strong run, but names like CJT, Cargojet, Delta, DAL, American Airlines, AAL, they all look pretty strong. Huge breakouts
Oh,
today.
this doesn't even
Ticker
make sense.
LUV, that
Gold
still looks
started,
strong. United Airlines going for a potential high pivot breakout.
gold started
Those
selling
are
off
also on
already.
watch.
GLD.
Let's look at some of these other healthcare names.
Why is SPY not moving?
Healthcare is very strong today as well with the market in that bullish crossover. A lot of green in the healthcare sector. Like we mentioned, we're going to see some performance since that sector has been lagging.
Yeah. Market makers got their asses handed to them
It's very
yesterday,
close
so
to
they're like,
entering
we're gonna
Regeneron.
just
I like
burn
Regeneron
premium
around
today, most of the day, and
463.
that's exactly what they did.
SPY coming down a touch here.
Oh, wait a minute.
Big spike there on SPY.
Yeah, they're
Really
definitely not
big
making
spike
it
there.
easy.
That seemed like a little bit of a let's just actually flip back to my main charts here. Let's just show you that. SPY is definitely seeing some volatility. Looks like that could have been a
Was there
short
some data
covering
that came
spike.
out that just gave that the market that's
So SPY is potentially getting a little bit more volume here. That was a really big spike to the upside. It did get sold into naturally, but I'm expecting that spike of data to get retested again. So guys, I just trimmed half of my PLTR calls for 40%. the 127 calls that we took yesterday with members. I trimmed half of those 127 June 20th calls for 40%, moving stock to break even. Sold at 580 a contract. My stop loss is now moved to $4.15 where we entered. So nice little 40% trade from yesterday. It's a nice little move. I still think it has more upside, PLTR. I definitely do. I mean, we look at this nice little trade that we picked up yesterday. Oops, I can't type right now. PLTR. So I still think even today it has more upside to about 128 and change. PLTR is into weekly chart resistance, but I do think it's going to have one more peekaboo high breakout along with the indices. So we remain tactfully bullish on that. We've got runners on the table. Yep, definitely I agree. SPY trying to peekaboo higher here. So very monumental push in SPY. Getting some volume. That's likely that wick was a short covering wick to the upside, followed through by a small profit taking zone by short-term traders. And I do think we're going to push at least to SPY today. 601, 602, 601.90, 602 is your next resistance. But we're going for another high day. Apple's trading at 205. I repeat, Apple's trading at 205 and change. Still very bullish this market. Very, very bullish. We're actually triggering on SPY 5-minute intraday. One could argue we're triggering a nice little inverse head and shoulders. You've got this double left shoulder ahead. You're forming this right shoulder now. So if we break out, which one could argue we have, you could get a small back test to maybe 599.26. Trap a lot of that long liquidity, that breakout liquidity that was buying, but we should. How much time do we have? An hour and a half, just under an hour and a half. We could easily get a push to SPY on 602.20ish. That could happen today. So 602 0 DTEs. Maybe if we consolidate here for the next, say, 15 to 20 minutes, I might consider a 0 DTE SPY long. Maybe 601, 602 calls. 602 is aggressive, but based off of this upside pattern, we could easily hit 602 today. Easily hit 602. I mean, take a look at this little bit of a inverse. I was drawing on the other chart. We've got this double left shoulder, a nice defined head. We are curling up here. Your neckline would simply be here, which we could backtest to. This upside pattern on SPY would trend us another 0.5% all the way to 602.30ish. So Keep that on watch. And I do have a trend line of resistance up there as well. So things are looking quite interesting here. Let's look at some other opportunities in the market. Obviously under a bit of pressure. I think you're seeing some of that semiconductor money from Broadcom probably shuffling back into Apple today. Apple's on a tear, on the cusp of breaking out. And this is what I mean. I mean, what's going to take the markets to new all-time highs? This little inverse head and shoulders on Apple. If this triggers, this is a huge, huge bullish pattern on Apple. I mean, it's mega. This would be an epic move on Apple. We're talking about a 31% rally that would likely transpire over, say, let me just measure out this pattern, see how long it's taken to develop. So from that left shoulder, 85 days. So in the next 3 months, Apple could trend at least 25% higher if it breaks out of this inverse head and shoulders. That would put it around 260 upside target. 260 upside target. And that's just off of its all-time highs. So we'll see if Apple wants to officially give us a breakout maybe next week. That is on watch, most definitely. Cisco, very strong. Adobe still hasn't broken its bull flag pattern. CRM coming back up, curling back to the high side off of its big gap down on earnings. ACN, bull flag forming. TXN has broken out of its flag pattern. Qualcomm's another similar looking chart to Apple. If you want a little bit more of a lower priced equity, moves very similar to Apple. I don't like it as much, but nevertheless, it does have some symmetry to Apple. AMD looking very, very bullish, consolidating above these previous two resistance zone. Notice how it's trying to flip these resistance pivots into now support. So that's very good. That likely pushes higher. Let's see what else we got. Intel, not the best chart. This one's just been dead money for the last several months since last year. Let's look at Intuit. Wow, look at Intuit. Massive move to the upside. That's very, very strong nonetheless. SPY still hugging that zone of 600, 599.30 is. Let's look at Oracle. Yeah, Oracle's also into resistance. So Oracle's testing pretty much similar resistance to Microsoft. So those cloud-based names, which have been pretty much some leaders. IGV has been a strong sector of the market. Into a little bit of resistance here. Like Microsoft's definitely tagging resistance here, sweeping some high pivot liquidity. So we just have to be careful about Microsoft. That's definitely run its course, which is why we need participation from Apple. There could even be a pairs trade long Apple, short Microsoft. I have been eyeing that one up. I'm really interested in shorting Microsoft. Getting really interested. Even though I'm bullish the market, I think money might flow out of Microsoft into Apple and a few other individual names. All right, let's keep scrolling through. If there's any tickers you guys want me to take a quick peek at, feel free to put them in the chat. Happy to do so here. I know I missed the morning session. Had a couple unexpected business tasks pop up. PayPal's looking strong. ServiceNow. I mean, you just look at so many of these charts and they have the exact same bullish structure. It's kind of difficult. Micron's still very strong. Getting overbought into that resistance that we discussed in the morning. You know, if we look at this Micron level, it's just been stuck in this range. But it does look like it wants to test the high pivot of this range, which is around 114 and change. But nonetheless, you're definitely into some resistance on Micron. KLA, SNPS, that's still inside of a bearish bar, but looking like it's trying to firm up here. On. ANET, very quality name. ADSK, that's okay. NXPI, trying to break out as well. Fortinet, FTNT. VRSN, VeriSign, that looks like it's very strong. Western Digital could be a potential scalp short here. So SPY's actually, in my opinion, looking at like a better setup than the Qs. I'm actually looking at hedging some of my longs with a QQQ short dated put. But it's very risky. Not yet though. If Qs push for another new high of day today, well, they obviously, JP asking QQ is bearish. as compared to SPY. I just think that you're going to get more participation from healthcare and Apple. I think some names like Microsoft are going to take a breather. Obviously, it's not going to be a crazy divergence, but I think there will be some leadership recaptured by S&P. Very short term. I don't think the markets are going to fall drastically. I'm just looking at maybe hedging around the June 20th time frame on Qs. I'm looking for one more spike high on the Qs, a pierce of that 533 zone, and then I might take some short dated puts. But and the only reason is that is because I think you could get some money shuffling perhaps back out of Tesla, Microsoft. I think the semis should be okay. The only thing concerning about the semis right now is Broadcom, AVGO. So obviously names like that have a heavy weighting in the semiconductors and the Qs. So Broadcom's really been the leader of the semiconductors. In recent sessions, you can argue it's even outperformed NVIDIA. It's kind of become the more beloved darling stock. And remember, Broadcom is an expensive semiconductor. Relative to all other semiconductors, this is more of an institutional name. So I kind of like to take signals from the leaders. I mean, you look at the low run up on Broadcom, up over 91%. Let's see NVIDIA. I think Broadcom is more. You never know though. Yeah, Broadcom's way more. Look, NVIDIA's done about 66%, Broadcom's done 91. So we just have to pay attention to the leaders, right? And Broadcom's definitely, obviously it had earnings, double beat, but investors are selling into that rally that it just had. So that's the only reason I'm looking at maybe hedging with near-term downside. I'm very bullish, but obviously we just gotta play little certain pullbacks and trends if we can. So I'm not entering shorts here, but if the QQQ was to basically spike on the, I wanted to make one more little high spike, grab that high pivot liquidity, and then sell into it a little bit. But net I'm bullish, so this is just a minor. This would just be a very quick in and out trade. I'm not saying we would hold it till June 20th. I'm just looking at that expiry as some hedges. Maybe we get a pop on Monday, Tuesday with a light profit taking, something like that. It would just be a quick downside hedge. And again, this is where I could just be trading with a bit of emotion because I'm looking at charts and all I'm seeing is bullish, bullish, bullish on like friggin' 95% of the stock market or 90% of the stock market, and naturally I actually am more of a contrarian. I'm more bearish naturally, but I'm looking at things and we're looking very, very bullish. But again, SPY's barely touched that, QQ's barely touched the 20-day. SPY's barely touched the 20-day unless it did back here. So we'll just have to monitor things. Credit stocks are still ripping. It's very interesting to show. I mean, typically at some very, very extraordinary periods in time, credit stocks like Visa, MasterCard, when they're at all times high, printing profits, it means that there's so much debt in the system. Consumers are just racking up credit card debts, loans, and they're making hand over fist profits because of those high interest rates. The big question is, how long can that continue? Will there be any defaults? But for the time being, they're remaining strong. Juniper, Look at that. IT still holding steady. We're seeing SPY still backtesting support. Apple still holding above 205. Tesla just stuck in a holding pattern on that 300 zone, coiling and coiling and coiling. SPY trying to perk back up here. All right, wow, look at that name, tap. First Solar still just consolidating up 0.5%. End phase weak on the session. HP. Skywork. There's just so many bull flag patterns everywhere. It's crazy. Very similar chart setups. So power hour is approaching. I'm looking at potentially entering a risky 0 DTE SPY call. I'm looking at SPY calls. As I'm looking at an Oracle day trade short here, it's sweeping that high pivot liquidity, coming into a nice little resistance zone here on the daily, piercing a nice upsloping trend line, overbought on multiple time frames. Starting to see some bearish divergences occur, negative divergences occur on some shorter term time frames. The one thing is Oracle has earnings on the 11th. We're certainly getting some volume here. So I'm just taking a few short positions with some closer strikes, hedging this market a tad. I still remain net bullish, but I am accumulating some key shorts on some individual names. We took a GE put option for July 3rd. We just took a Oracle ORCL put option. Again, this name is remarkably strong. The market's still strong, so it could go higher. I'm just doing some minor hedges with some of these names. I think cloud stocks like Oracle, like Microsoft, IGV could be in for a bit of consolidation and sell side pressure, specifically Microsoft. So I mean, Microsoft, I've been close to wanting to short myself. I think this one is due for a minor pullback. I wish I got that spike this morning to that 473. But nevertheless, Oracle is a very similar one, so I decided to play that name because it's running into daily chart resistance very similar to Microsoft. Obviously, it has earnings, so it might remain firm, but we're just looking for a short-term pullback, buying in the money puts, 175 put option. I don't plan to hold it, so we'll see how that one plays out. SPY is curling down slightly. We might have a 0 DTE off of this support level. This is technically the area where aggressive traders on SPY would actually buy. Let's flip back to all three screens here for you guys. So this is technically the area where SPY should be bought by aggressive traders. If you're more conservative, you wait for the 599 dip back to the neckline. You can see Microsoft is under a little bit of minor pressure here. Microsoft is starting to slope down a bit. Apple's starting to come in a touch. Look at this Roblox chart. That thing is gnarly. Wow. 88 RSI on the daily. You do have a semi-negative divergence on the weekly chart. 4-hour chart. Wow, this thing is a monster. Holy. What the heck? How did I not see that chart? The Golden Cross happened in December of 2023. Monster. Can't believe I didn't even pay attention to this name. So many stocks to pay attention to. Apple's curling down a touch. Roku's looking fairly strong. SPY curling down a little bit more. Starbucks is breaking out of a range. Shopify trying to break out. Snapchat weak. Block again. XYZ, ticker XYZ just keeps pressing here. XYZ just keeps pressing. About 45 minutes left here in the tape. Markets have pretty much slowed down. Volatility has been sucked out. So what's nice to know is one of our most bullish setups, which is ticker XYZ block square. That July 18th call that we issued just hit up over 100%. $70 call for July 18th just hit up over 100%, and we still have so much time on that name. We're also riding the August 15th $70 strike zone. And those are just under 100%. So ticker XYZ printing for us. Nice dump on hood. Really nice little fall on hood. Hourly chart topping tail forming. SPY's coming under pressure. All right, next support on SPY. Pierce to 599. Tesla losing the 300 level briefly, Apple curling down, SPY curling down slightly, Microsoft curling down, Google coming in a touch, NVDA still trying to hold but getting rejected off of pre-market high. Again, we just took a small short off of Oracle, hedging with some close dated puts, just in case this market wants to back test a little bit lower. We also took a nice little small short on GE Aerospace. This stock has gone into the stratosphere. Massive move to the upside. I'm looking for a move back into 245, which would only be a healthy retrace. So some minor shorts, still net bullish, but considering we have a lot of long exposure on the table, I've been scanning through a lot of charts here, trying to find ways to hedge some of these long positions. Uranium has been absolutely flying to the high side. It's another one that could be due for a minor pullback. I want to see it sweep that high pivot liquidity of, what's that zone on uranium? If uranium pierces 34 bucks, that could be a potential short. It could be a potential day trade short. I would wait for a swing trade, maybe around 34.50 to get a nice full sweep of that liquidity. There is a potential inverse head and shoulders on uranium triggering, which means that you should probably wait till about 35 pierce on uranium short zone. That's where I'd consider shorting for a swing trade. Again, natural gas strong today, trying to perk back up. UNH trying to get a close above that 300 zone, so healthcare seeing a bit of a bid. 10-year yield is absolutely ripping up 2.8%. So the 10-year yield has just been grinding all day long. It's been relentless. I mean, you look at this thing. Look at that grind. That's what a trend that is. Huge reversal to the upside on the 10-year yield. Looking like it's trying to break out. If it clears 454, yikes. Watch out for interest rates. Again, there might be an aggressive trade here at 598.70-ish, 598.70-ish for SPY. It would be a nice little 5-minute chart pullback. Let's just see what type of a retrace that would be on SPY. So I would personally let it pierce to the 598.41 zone. That might be an area. Oil's still absolutely ripping. Look at USO. WTI, crude US oil, breaking out of these high pivots. That's going to be a really amazing for our rig trade. Rig has barely gotten moving, but we entered those $3 calls a couple days ago, and they're already printing for us. We're already starting to go green, and this thing is probably going to play some high beta catch up once oil confirms this technical breakout move. VIX is getting crushed today. A firm, nice breakout on AFRM. We are seeing Hood. Hood is starting to come in quite nicely here. HOOD starting to fall here on the 15-minute chart quite nicely. Guys, I'm looking at picking up some more energy calls. So like names like XOM and CVX, Chevron, they are piquing my interest today. We've already got some rig calls which are doing well. I was looking at what was the other name? I was looking at Meg, but they got a dividend still coming up. I was looking at Oxy as well, but they've also got a dividend coming up on June 10th. Typically stocks sell into dividends, so it's nice to see that XOM and CVX have paid out their dividends already. So I prefer those two names in the energy sector, but I do think that there's some upside in energy stocks to be played. So a really nice fall on Hood. Our $73 June 20th puts that we just entered around 1:45 p.m. They're printing already up nicely. We're looking for more though. XOP Anonymous is looking at. Hey Anonymous. Yeah, let's take a peek at XOP here. So obviously XOP very similar to XLE. I don't know the weighting difference. I'd have to look at that to see what it's heavier weighted in, but as long as it's heavier weighted in XOM and CVX, I don't want it to have a heavy weighting in Oxy because Oxy has that dividend coming up, which I was very tempted to go long, but Oxy just slightly scary. But yeah, look at that XOP. It looks stunning actually. It does look very good. Nice inverse head and shoulders. If we clear this resistance pivot, you know, we got nothing but upside to this gap fill around 133.69. And then, I mean, we look at a weekly chart level for XOP. It's looking pretty bullish up until this trend line here. which could put us up into 136-ish. So yeah, I do like XOP, Anonymous. Nice spot there. Let's look at what the calls are priced at. I'm just managing this hood trade right now. I'm seeing if we can... I'm just seeing how deep these put options really want to go. There's a potential that I could get my $73 put on hood in the money today. But yeah, XOP is looking quite nice. It is for sure. Just see what the weightings are of XOP weighting. So SPY taking a little bit of a dip. I think SPY has a chance to maybe hit 598.40 here, this first fib zone. Doesn't look like it wants to hold this little bit of a breakout pattern. It's getting sold into slightly, very minor selling though, very minor. All right, so XOP, wow, it has pretty balanced weightings across the board. Dino, D-I-N-O, what the heck is that ticker? Dino Sinclair Corporation. So that has a 3.41, very balanced. Oxy's got a 2.65. Let's just quickly scroll through some of these names in the energy space. So we got DINO as the heaviest, MPC, so Marathon Petroleum is the second heaviest weighting, also looks very strong. EXE also looks very strong. EQT, so then you got some nat gas plays that are in this basket as well. CNX, Resources, doesn't look as strong. AR, so another nat gas play. Obviously nat gas, we'll see how that wants to firm up. VLO I was looking at, but the spread is just a little bit too wide on VLO today. So I wasn't going to get into that one, but I was considering Valero for some call options, but RRC could, Range Resources could be an interesting one. Let's go PR, Permian Resources. That's actually a nice bullish setup, breaking above. What's the volume on this name trading roughly? PR, average volume 9.92. Market cap 10 point. Actually, this one might be a good setup. PR. Let me look at the options chain for this ticker. See what we got going on. I don't mind that. If my I may consider closing these put options if we test pre-market low. Hood is coming down. All right, so the option chain for PR, we're looking at finding some a nice way to play this energy space, or at least build into some more positions. We've already got some rig calls, but I want to stay away from, usually I would look at Oxy, but Oxy's got that dividend, so we don't want that. But PR looking nice. Oh, PR's also got a dividend. Damn, on June 16th. That just throws a monkey wrench into things. I don't really like PR now. Nice looking chart, but it's got that dividend. Alright, we're skipping. I'm not buying into a dividend. That's one thing you want to look at is often, more times than not, when you buy into a dividend period just before, stocks typically sell off. So that's one key metric as a technical trader. Always look to see when a dividend is being paid out by a company, because typically dividends are statistically very bearish for a company as they pay out that liquidity. So just be mindful of that. Hopefully it's a little educational piece there. All right, so we are seeing hoods still coming down. Let's take a look at Tesla. Yeah, Tesla getting smoked here. Down to 296, breaking down, looking like it wants to head for pre-market low. So it's probably going to start to drag down SPY and the market. Hood is starting to print, guys. Our hood puts are printing. All right, let's look at FANG. So that's Diamondback Energy, FANG. Yeah, not a bad looking chart as well. What's the volume on that? 2.16. I'd like a little bit more, but it's not bad. XOM, obviously a classic one. I was considering that immensely. That's like your blue chip of energy. OVV. Let's look at that. Ovintiv. Actually, this is a nice chart. Oh, another one that's got a dividend. All the nice energy charts have those dividends coming up. All right, Matador Resources, MTDR. Nice looking chart. All right, the dividend's out of the way. That's good. This is actually one that I could consider getting into. Yeah, I do like that. Let's look at the volume on this guy. 5.37, 1.62 million shares, a little light today. 5.73 billion market cap. It could absolutely move those, man. Not a bad area. MTDR, let's see the chain. Matador Resources. What are we trading at? 45.78. I would consider gap fill $52 calls. They even have 52.50s. Interesting. So they skip every $2.50. They got calls on the June 20th. What about July 18th? So July 18th, 52.50 calls. What's the spread on this one? See, also a 15-cent spread. I mean, that's huge. This is why a lot of the times some of these are tricky to play. I don't like these wide spreads on some of these call options. All right, let's move along. Matador, you're off the list, but it does look nice for an even entering along here. Common shares. All right, Hess. Hess should be decent. Yep. Oh, another one. Dividend coming up in a few days. Coterra CTRA. That's another one that could move. All right, dividends out of the way. CTRA looks actually primed. Look at this. So you got some minor resistance there. But you're clearing that little high pivot, that recent high pivot. All right, CTRA, let's see. Volume on CTRA 7.68, 19.5. Actually, this one could be a nice one. Nice inverse head and shoulders forming. Just see what we have. 28, that little gap. So $27 calls. Let's see. $27 calls would be about an 8% move from the neckline, 6-7% from current price. Let me look at the CTRA chain. This could be the one. Coterra Energy could be the one to go get into some call options. All right, July 3rd strike. Let me just measure how long this consolidation phase has happened. So it's been a 2-month consolidation, 63 days. 63 days, eh? Half of that would be 30. So July 3rd, yeah, it could work out July 3rd. All right, we'll stick to July 3rd. $27 strike. Uh, 10-cent spread. Contracts I could get at 27 cents right now. What about the $26 strike? $94 contracts. Hood is now losing 75. These puts are printing. Again, that was another A plus short setup that we said this morning. If Hood makes another high, we're looking to go into shorts. And look at that, you're now testing pre-market high on shorts. Massive, massive there, rejection. All right, Cotera. How are we going to play this Cotera CTRA? Let's go June 27th strike. Is that too aggressive? All right. Oil stocks can move quickly. Let's go back to that July 3rd. That's a widespread. Wow. Take entry into the $26 CTRA calls. June 27th, $26 calls on Coterra Energy CTRA. So that's trading oil and gas. Looking for a bit of a bullish move here on CTRA. All right. So we'll see how that plays out. Big bounce in the S&P. We got 8 minutes left until the close, and it looks like SPY is trying to push for that 600 strike zone. So again, we took CTRA $26 calls. It's only about a 2% move to the upside, but it's a closer strike date, so we'll see how that fares. So SPY's making a nice push. You're seeing a few little individual names pushing here to the high side. Some stocks are under a little bit of pressure into the close. Names that are making a nice run. Microsoft is trying to push higher here. Tesla's trying to make a strong reversal off of the lows, trying to recapture 300, but does it have enough time? We will find out. IWM making a nice solid surge to the upside. Hood under pressure into the close. AI not doing too much. XYZ coming down a touch. Meta staying really flat. Amazon, nice little surge there. Apple under a minor bit of pressure into the close. SOXX semiconductors seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Healthcare stocks seeing some bullish flow. Again, we just entered CTRA. CTRA, Coterra Energy, some call options. So now we have a couple different stocks that we're playing into the energy market. We're already up on our rig calls, but with the recent price action in oil, it does suggest that we're trying to break out here on WTI crude. USO's even got a very clean breakout chart, so these companies with higher oil price should start to print even more. We have names like CVX looking semi-strong with bullish crossover starting to appear. XLE looking like it's trying to form some higher lows and push up here. You have XOP, Oil and Gas Explorers, looking like it's trying to push up. Yeah, United States Natural Gas, UNG, getting a little bit of a potential bullish crossover. We'll see. So a lot of different names are trying to perk up here into the close. Apple seeing a little bit more downside. All right, thanks for tuning in, guys. So markets are officially closed there. We saw a little bit of a late minute sell. Apple really took it on the nose there at the end of the session. We did have Hood under pressure at the end of the session. Then Oracle, the put option, the close dated put that we just entered around the 174.59 absolutely took a hard 5-minute dump. So beautiful to see that those put options are already working out. Hopefully we get a little bit more downside on Oracle, and I will be looking to close those close dated puts out before it hits its earnings. So this is really only a multi-day trade. Earnings are Wednesday of next week, but it's been a fantastic week. I mean, amazing week. We've executed some flawless trades. If it wasn't for Tesla, we would have had a near almost perfect week with massive profits and gains all called out here free on the live stream. Again, I want to thank you everyone for their key observations and support. We've had a lot of good people call out their stock charts and analysis this week. Thank you to all the new people that have joined the chat this week as we grow the community. Hopefully we can execute better and more efficient trades. I only have 2 eyeballs, so it helps when other people are scanning different stocks, different sectors and markets. And together as a collective, we can try to beat the market as a whole. Everybody, touch some grass this week and get outside, get away from the screens. Enjoy your weekend and time off because it's been a crazy weekend. And thank you all for tuning in again. JP, one last question, or a couple questions, Edward, and Bart. Sorry, I didn't see your guys' questions there. Bart, long on gold for Monday open. Let me quickly take a peek at gold. I don't really think so yet. You know, if you look at what's happened with the interest rates, the 10-year, 30-year, 2-year just absolutely spiked today, and therefore the Dixie's trying to make a little bit of a spike. I would say wait until the Dixie runs into its next resistance target, which is its 20-day moving average sitting at roughly 99.82. Maybe you get a pierce to the 100 level. Wait until the Dixie taps 100 or 99.90 before you look for a potential scalp long on gold. Okay, Bart? Edward, just put out of curiosity, why options instead of derivatives? I just prefer options trading. That's why. Most people have access to options. JP, do you think SPY will gap up Monday? Yeah, there's a potential for a continuation gap. Absolutely. If we look at SPX, we closed at the psychological 6,000 number. I think that this is a very strong weekly close on the SPX and SPY chart. Not only did you get another daily high closing above that psychological number on SPX, but you got also a beautiful weekly high breakout candle on SPY and SPX. You can really see it on SPX, and I think we're now off to the races to a few of those upside targets. Minor resistance on SPX around 6,000, 6,100 basically. Then I think you'll squeeze on SPX all the way up to 62.25. And then realistically, you have higher targets from there, but we'll just take it one step at a time. So there is a potential gap up that could occur. In my opinion, I wouldn't want to see a gap up, even though I'm net long. I would like to see this market make its bullish moves intraday where it forms little bullish patterns, but you never know. We'll just take it as the market gives us. We have triggered an inverse head and shoulders on the daily. You've broken out of a bull flag on the daily and the weekly. So all in all, it is a pointing towards higher price. Hopefully this analysis helps, guys. Enjoy your weekend and stay tuned. Obviously, if anything changes over the weekends, if we see any market observations charts, we're probably doing some research on Sunday, but we'll be taking a few days off here. Take care, everybody, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.